it's just that's just the strategic question, you know? That's a strategic question, Tom. We have a similar goal in mind, and the question is how to get to that goal. But the last thing I want to end on isn't a strategic dilemma. It's who really does share our values. Who shares our values? Who shares our goals? And what do you think about the discourse?
Which discourse? What are we talking about?
You know the discourse. The coalition discourse.
About like the coalition.
Here's my take, and I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me your thoughts. All right, here's my take. I think that a lot of people are making good points about these dead-ender lefties. Okay? Good points. Great points, even, some of them. I just think this whole concept of in the coalition, in the tent, is just never clarified. And when it is, it just means something banal or something trivial. Here I'm using those terms a little like specifically. By trivial, I just mean like it's almost a tautology, right? However they define in the tent or outside the tent, right? They'll define in the tent as someone who's willing to endorse the candidate or not. And then in the tent just means it's like, okay, then I guess he's not in the tent. It's like, it's not something meaningful to me. And it could mean something a bit more wide, like, or more specific, which is like, well, don't let Hasan or his ilk into the drafting room for legislation and policy. I'm like, bet, yeah, I'm down with that. I'm fine with that, like, as a term for in the coalition. So that's what I struggle with, is like getting people to articulate what is meant by in the coalition, in the tent, in a way that it's meaningful, not just tautological or trivial, and where, you know, and there's this like notion that I'm standing against liberals in this fight, and I don't think I am. I think it's just a bunch of like nonsense posturing, and yeah. So, what are your thoughts?
It's difficult because I think, like, obviously we have like a large spectrum of different types of people on the left, and there aren't, while we have a lot of different labels, we don't have the labels that actually separate the concepts that I think most people are thinking of. I think on the right, when Donald Trump was first coming to power, you had like the more neocon or even libertarian conservative conservatarian sort of like Ben Shapiro types. And I think the Daily Wire, like coming up, I think they had a hold on the base at the time, and that they did not gatekeep that party well enough, and instead decided to more and more fall in line to where now they don't have a party left that is like them. They have, like, everybody is largely diverged from them. And I think a lot of people are looking at the left and kind of the branding of the left and looking at the different conceptual aspects of it and seeing that there are the bad branding, crazy, like, identity politics people, the communists, the ultra progressive woke scolds, the different groups that Republicans like to brand all of us as, just as back in like 2014, 2015, the unite the right people were what a lot of liberals and people on the left wanted to brand all of the right as. They wanted to look at like the more extreme bad optics versions of the right and then brand like that's the Republican Party. And I think that's been detrimental to Democrats for a while. I think that that's been a branding issue for them. And I think that a lot of people are looking for people who are on brand with Democrats and are beneficial to Democrats winning. And I think that for the most part, I think it has been made clear that, like, when it comes to Democrats winning, like, criticize Democrats, hold them accountable, but when it comes down to it, support Democrats. Support them more than you're supporting others. Support them more than you support Republicans. Like, if you're doing politics for the left, support the left-wing candidates. Push for them to win elections. Say you're voting for them. Push your audience to vote for them as well. You don't have to get out and do canvassing and everything else, but at least if you're going to be a voice and an influencer, influence them towards the Democrat candidate. I think that has been made very clear by pretty much everybody that that is the line that they're drawing.
Well, I have a lot to respond to that, and because it's very interesting to me. I want to digress real quick, just to because you mentioned Shapiro. I forgot I was going to say something. I actually think Shapiro and Mark Levin, vis-a-vis Trump, are being more shrewd than people are giving them credit for. I think by maintaining this total deference to Trump at all times and like fealty and over lavishing with praise and just gently nudging in the direction of their policy choices by just like doing what Trump does, right? Trump like will assume a state of affairs of the world he wants to exist. He'll be like, Iran's already listening to us. This is kind of what Levin and Shapiro do. And they'll say things like, Trump is already deciding X, Y, Z. He's the greatest president. I think they're being quite shrewd. Anyway, that's my digression. On what you just said, I
agree.
I think that there's some appreciate that. Yeah. I think that there's some tension in some of the concepts that you just talked about. I'm not saying that you're in contradiction, but I think that there is a branding issue that you identified, which is, well, should Democrats associate for reputational risk reasons with someone who has said America deserved 9/11, insert quotes here. And then there's this other thing of like, the line is support Democrats. And I'm just like, I'm not sure that both of these things, maybe they're both operating, but I'm not sure that both of these things are really explanatory in like together. Because are you suggesting to me, Tom, that if Hasan had unequivocally endorsed Kamala Harris, that we should join hands in hands with him? If he had said everything he said, but said at the end of the day, Kamala Harris is superior and you should vote for her, would you be like, all right, let's work with Hasan to elect Democrats? Whatever that means.
Yes and no. Like, I think that I would be a lot more I would view his platform very differently if I viewed it as actually beneficial for Democrats. I think that like the internet ecosystem right now is where, like, if you get online and you watch all of the biggest left-wing or right-wing creators, they're all very like pro-Trump for the most part, at least up until recently. They've all been very pro-Trump, very pro like voting for Republicans and endorsing Republicans and wanting Republicans to get voted in. But then they talk about Democrats. It's like the worst thing ever. And they're all, they're very critical of Democrats. But then when you go to the left-wing creators that are online, they also hate Republicans and hate Democrats and just very right. Critical of Democrats and don't seem to say a lot of the good things. And I feel like the ecosystem is this, like, everybody hates Democrats, at least some people like Republicans, and so the online alternative media space has just become very beneficial to Republicans overall. And if there was, I think like the same ideas, the same platform, the same everything else with somebody who was actually endorsing the candidates and saying he was voting for them and making that clear the entire time. I think that I would view his platform at least as like a net benefit for Democrats, even though I wouldn't consider myself in coalition with him. I would still view him as a benefit. And
so all he would have to do for you to think that he's a net positive is to explicitly endorse the Democratic Party for like the midterms, or let's say the presidential. If he answered the question from Adam Mockler or the Jennifer Welch question better and said, I would groan, but I would vote for Newsom over Vance. He didn't do that. So this is still hypothetical, obviously. But if he had, you'd be like, oh, great. I'm not in coalition with him, but I'll insert thing to do with him, right? You're like, I would take photos with him. I would defend him against X. Like, what would be different if he did that in your conduct in terms of your actions? And I don't just want to hear like, well, I would consider him different. I would consider his platform to be beneficial. What would actually be different about your stances, or what you would do or be willing to do or recommend the Democrats do if he just changed that thing? Because my intuition, and this could be wrong, is how would that change what he has to say about Democrats vis-a-vis Gaza? How does that change like lies that he has told? How does that change his position on America deserved 9/11 and all the criticism that he's getting largely isn't centered around this endorse or not endorse. And then you have the example of someone like Kyle Kalinske, who I think has shifted into explicitly way more endorse, way more pro-Democrat now, but he's still getting tagged in this kind of doomer way, this kind of so help me walk through that. Is it really just a question of changing that line?
Yeah, I totally disagree. I think so. When I'm talking about like endorsing, okay, when I look at somebody like Kyle Kalinske, somebody like Crystal Ball, somebody like Hasan, I think that the fact that they're not endorsing him, this is like almost like ideological. Like we would have to have almost a very different person in order for them to even be willing to do that. When we look at the way that Hasan talks about Gavin Newsom, for instance, he says Gavin Newsom doesn't want to tax billionaires. That's not true. That's a fucking lie. California taxes billionaires at a higher rate than anybody else. Gavin Newsom doesn't support trans people. That's a fucking lie too. They're the most progressive fucking state with trans rights and has put forward tons of bills and has been like one of the most forward pressing states for trans people. You know, Gavin Newsom is there's an endless amount of lies about Gavin Newsom that like,
but that's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
My point is that they're not just like, when I say like an ideological shift for them, they are, it seems, purposely counter signaling people like Gavin Newsom, counter signaling people who are Democrats, who do have chances at winning, who are prominent. They are counter signaling these people. Whereas Mamdani, I disagree with this guy on a whole lot of crap. He is not my first choice. He's not the person that I would go for. But I was 100% on board with people voting for Mamdani and wanting people to vote for him. And while critical of him in some areas, nobody ever questioned whether or not I wanted people to vote for him and whether or not I was endorsing him. They do not make that clear in any way whatsoever, what side they're on or who they're with, because they're constantly just lying about these people and counter signaling them.
Right. But this is kind of my point, right? Like, I guess that it's maybe what you're suggesting to me is that grounding it out into the simple line of did you endorse or not isn't truly accurate. That there's something else that's trying to be measured. That's important to dwell on just for a second. That it's not just a question of did you endorse or not, and therefore the simple criterion, maybe it's a useful heuristic, maybe it's a useful insight, maybe it's a helpful piece of data, but it's not the thing we're measuring, in other words, right? If Hasan just endorsed, you still have all his lies about Gavin Newsom, you still have all of his mischaracterizations of Biden, you still have all his slander about California. That doesn't change. Fair?
Yes, it's kind of like saying if Nick Fuentes didn't hate Jews, hey Ben Shapiro, if Nick Fuentes didn't hate Jews, but everything else was the same, would you want to get along with Nick Fuentes?
I'm not trying to push you right now. I'm just trying to understand it.
No. I understand. I'm laying it out. I'm saying that like he would probably be like, well, you know, he'd still have like the statements about like the Holocaust not happening and whether or not like the hate is there for Jews is. This would be a complete ideological shift for what his platform is, because he wouldn't have all the same rhetoric about Jews anymore, and this would be a very different person at that point. And so that is the way that I view it for Hasan, is like where you're correct is that just simply making it like a line of like, oh, all else being the same, but he says, you know, I'm voting for Kamala well beforehand and is endorsing her. Well, that would also change like the statements about the fact that there's no evidence she's going to be any different than Trump. Nobody who's actually endorsing Kamala would ever say something like that.
In other words, the endorsement is evidence for something. And I think I have an idea what that thing is. Just, you know, I'm not going to bury the lead that much longer. I think I have an idea about it, but it's not the thing itself. We're not just looking for people to be endorsement machines and to be like, Biden sucks, he's horrible, he's a genocide guy. He's actually almost indifferent to, or almost like the same as Trump. Kamala is no better. She's just another shill. And so you're not going to see any change. And the Democrats suck and they blew it and they're horrible. vote for them, right? That wouldn't be good. Everyone would hate that, in other words, right?
We want them to be a net benefit for Democrats, yes.
Okay. But I think there's something more even specific than that. Because I don't think it's just a question of net benefit. Because if you were convinced that Hasan were a net benefit for Democrats, I guess you would, even if you ideologically oppose him, you would be in favor of like onboarding him in whatever thing it is that we're assessing for coalition or tentness, the criteria of tentness or coalitionness. You'd be in favor of him joining whatever that attribute is. But let's put that. I think there's something more specific.
Well, just to be clear, like there's a bunch of other people that I do think like they say that they like vote for Kamala, they endorse Kamala, they were not a net negative, that I still like have personal like issues with, and that I don't or I don't like the other things about them, to where I wouldn't like actively counter signal them or like advocate against them, but I also probably wouldn't go and like just join a panel with them and sit there and be all cushy and nice with them.
Got it. Yeah, there could be other reasons for you not to do X, Y, or Z, and we should talk about that at some point. But the criteria that I'm referencing here is: do we assess that this person wants us to succeed, Democrats to succeed? That's what's being measured, or at least this is what I'm understanding is being measured. To be honest with you, sometimes I don't think people give much thought into it, and it's more of a response to a particular thing he said, or his character, or his worldview, etc., without this kind of like thought process on the instrumental effect of him. And in other words, I think that it's like the rare person who's really sitting down and considering this from an instrumental as opposed to an ideological or commentary based view. But instrumentally, do we think as his goal that he wants to help us, help Democrats succeed? And if you assess on the totality of his conduct that he does not, that's the thing that we're measuring.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, whether or not they want the success, when I say like when I'm talking about their platform being a net positive, like obviously that would be them using their platform as showing that they want the Democrat Party to succeed. Yes. Yeah.
I want to jump to the so what of it, but I do want to know a couple things. That there's an identity issue there too, in terms of like what ought the Democratic Party be, and who is this Democratic Party? Is that independent of what the Democratic Party is trying to do? And is it independent of context that would, so for example, like the Democratic Party of the 19th century, surely we wouldn't be in favor of defending that. Or if we really wanted to see radical change in the Democratic Party, would it be sort of against Democrats to support massive primary challenges to Democrats that we felt were inadequate? I want to primary Chuck Schumer. I want to primary Fetterman. I want to primary a bunch of other these, Kirsten Gillibrand. I want to there are a bunch of senators, not just Fetterman, who I would want to see primaried. But in general, I think no one could accuse me of not supporting Democrats. So I'll just note that there's like an identity problem of like, if Democrat as a label is incredibly broad, and any kind of like attack is seen as undermining or showing evidence that you're not actually in favor of Democrats, query what constitutes a Democrat? What is the thing that essentializes a Democrat other than identity, right? I identify as a Democrat. I'm registered as a Democrat. Until like 2 days ago, Alan Dershowitz was a registered Democrat. Would you consider him a Democrat? I think you would have to, right? Because he's registered as one, but that can't be the definition of Democrat, this kind of self-ID thing. So I'm just noting that. I don't really need to like finger on them.
But that's why I started off my statement by saying that like there's this long spectrum of different identities that exist on the left, that like we would expect the left to be more closely aligned with Democrats, but that doesn't mean that we're all the same. There's there's the liberals, there's different types of liberals, the classical liberals or the neo-libs, or the progressives, the progressive liberals, like there's all of these different groups in there that I would say I'm in coalition with people who are liberals, maybe not as much progressives,
there you go.
Progressive liberals more so.
I just want to pause real quick.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is very important, because I think there's an unmistakable ideological nexus to this analysis. That is to say, in general, if we had a view from the liberal perspective that the Democratic Party were in need of some, let's say that it truly went Marxist-Leninist or something, right? And we were like the liberal wing, the smaller wing of this like otherwise Marxist-Leninist party, or the more whatever the reactionary wing of the Marxist-Leninist party that we're trying to reform. We wouldn't have really an issue with the kind of tactics if we felt that they were in the long term. Now, I honestly think a lot of what Hasan does is self-defeating for his own quote unquote ideologies, or his own sort of goals, or at least stated goals politically. But putting that aside, assuming we were rational actors, we wouldn't really see a problem with the kind of conduct that's at issue. So I do agree with what you're saying here. Is there is some kind of ideological guardrails that are being considered by people in terms of what's proper or not.
Yeah,
but
I don't blame him
right?
if he's like a Marxist-Leninist and he wants to take over the party and he wants the party to have his ideology, and I don't blame him for that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to be like, oh, well, good job, keep it up, buddy. Like,
right,
take over the party.
That just means that
like
communists, in their very nature, right? If that's how we're kind of cashing out in the coalition, outside of the coalition, it kind of does seem in a way that Marxist-Leninists, in virtue of their ideology, irrespective of their conduct, irrespective of lies, and really irrespective of endorsements, are kind of not in it on that view.
I think that, from my understanding, from what from what I've seen, from what I believe to be the case, I believe that like the majority of leftists voted for Kamala. I know a ton of leftists who still called out misinformation about Kamala and about Gavin Newsom. I know a bunch of leftists who are I don't know about Marxist, Leninist, but they're at least like, socialists or communists, and that these are people who still are very pragmatic in the way that they engage in politics. And I love these people. Like, I love their platforms. I love what it is that they're doing. And I may not agree with everything that they say, especially on economics, but I still really like feel in line with these people. I feel like we're all working for the same thing. We're all working towards the same goal.
That's interesting you say that, because Hutch also said on the latest Lib Learn that he thinks that certain Marxists should be in the coalition. And so now we're really, and you're describing here that socialists, there are some socialists, some good socialists, that should be in the coalition. But
I would say most.
Whatever this means, and again, I really do have to stress at some point we have to talk about like the so what of everything. I do want to get there, but then it sounds like the more we start to, well, not all socialists, not all lefties. In fact, most lefties voted for Kamala. Most lefties don't want to do this. No, it sounds like we're defining the coalition and what's not in it in terms of Hasanness. The group starts to become really a narrow slice of the electorate, and maybe that's the reason why it doesn't matter to jettison them from a political perspective, because they're like insignificant. But it really does start to seem like this is not some like great undertaking that we're all trying to be on board, that we're okay, Hutch said, his own words, with Marxists in the coalition, again, whatever that means. We're okay with socialists, qua socialists in the coalition. And this outside the coalition type people is like a very small segment of creators who might be influential in their own right, but in general are insignificant. And so I'm like, why are we all up in arms about some like purge that we have to undertake of like a very inconsequential set of actors?
I don't like the term Hasanness, because you're almost making it sound like he is the axiom in this scenario. Is that what you're saying?
The set of traits associated with him. So the things like
no, not at all. Like it's associated with like more Marxist-Leninism, but
his views, with his views. With his views.
Not his views, those views that he agrees with.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's just
when you say
Hasanness,
you're making it sound like, as I said, like he is the axiomatic like core problem there, and that anybody who shares.
If that's how you understood it, and if that's how it was understood, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry I used that word. I just mean it as a representative of the kind of ideas.
It's fine. I'm just wanting to clarify. That's all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yes, I think it's going to be based on like, yes, illiberalism. If they're not in line with my values. Obviously, I think that's the way that most people would build coalitions, based on whether or not there are shared values there.
Yeah, it brings me back a little bit to this conversation that we had some months ago about like socialists, and there was like, oh, socialists are all the same. Socialist is counter to liberal, and now it sounds like it's much more narrow. And we're like, oh yes, now these like very particular like communists, very different than socialists, very different from Marxist Leninists, and so now I feel like there's, and I appreciate it, a lot more nuance in terms of the kind of it sounds like we've embraced now, counter to the notion that like someone like Econo Boy should be jettisoned from the party. We're actually cool with socialists and Marxists being in the party, just not a certain subset.
Okay, just to be clear, I am like very different from like DGG, where like they think anybody who is like left of Mom Donnie is a tanky. Like they use the word tanky to mean the most random shit. I have no idea what the fuck they mean by tanky anymore, but that yes, like Econo Boy obviously is somebody who we would consider to be on board with like our values and be somebody who is beneficial to the Democrats. Like that seems obvious, but I don't know what Hutch says. I don't watch much Hutch, but But the idea, I do think a lot of people, I don't know if they just don't know much about like leftists or communists, or like they haven't had enough like debates with them or whatever. But I had like long conversations with Econo Boy about like what his version of socialism is and what it is that he wants and what that like market would look like and things like that. And he is drastically different from even a Marxist, let alone a Marxist-Leninist, let alone a tanky. And so these are
for sure. No. They're all we have to make sure these categories have some distinction here. So let's get to the meat and potatoes. This is, to me, this is the main course. The main course is, okay, let's say that I have this understanding of coalitionness or tentness, and coalitionness is roughly approximates to, do you fuck with us? And do you fuck with us in, rooted in some, do you want us to succeed? And in some ideological compatibility. That's kind of what tentness is. And I can understand that as a concept. I'm not saying that that's an incoherent concept, okay? So if it's like, do you fuck with us? And this is roughly what I think people are getting at. Does Hasan fuck with us? Where fuck with us means both, is he invested personally in the success of us, however that's defined, and also are his ideas compatible with us and with what we want? And so this do you fuck with us category, that's roughly what the tent and the coalition is. The meat and potatoes, to me, the main course is like, so the fuck what? Like, what is the thing, right? What is the action after that? Because people will say, recognize that he's not in the coalition. And we've defined the coalition thus, or we've cashed it out. Though some people have defined it differently. Some people have just said, it's did you endorse or not? That's the coalition. And I'm glad that we're not there, because that, I think, can't be what people mean. But so what? Now what? Now what? We have this notion of coalitionness and tentness. How do we use it? And who do we use it on? And I will, for example, on this view, obviously people like Tim Pool or Tucker or these kinds of people aren't in the coalition as we've described it. And I do have criticism for people like Cenk Uygur who will say certain things about Marjorie Taylor Greene, etc. But I'll fucking use anybody if it means letting I'm being tongue in cheek. I won't do anything, but like in general, I will use enemies and people who don't fit that criteria to benefit Democrats. Why not?
Well, to an extent, there's a distinction there that like with somebody like, with somebody like Tucker Carlson. Okay. I was talking about this last night, where I think there has to be a big distinction between using a person in promoting their message versus promoting the person and saying like, we like this person. And this is a problem with Cenk Uygur, that he just doesn't seem to be capable of making these distinctions. But when Tucker Carlson comes out and says like, yeah, I apologize and like I'll regret, advocating for people to vote for Trump and blah blah blah, I think like that is a message that like libs, Democrats should just be like retweeting and posting all over the place and promoting the hell out of this. and just giving like a good old, like, you know, pat on the back. Good for you, man. Like, hell yeah. Just like that. That doesn't mean like we're fans of Tucker Carlson, or Tucker Carlson is somebody that we trust, or that he's no longer a grifter, or, you know, same with Marjorie Taylor Greene when it came to the Epstein stuff, or like whatever. Like promoting the message and making it clear that like the, you know, really, really making sure that that's a message that is shown and can take off. I think the left often has an issue with accepting converts. I was somebody that I felt like, as I was trying to like explore other ideas for years, you and I were on Prime panels together for a while ago when I was still like very much right wing, but trying to like
you were
understand
like a
things. And I would have
conservative panelists in this, like,
yeah.
And to be honest, there was a desperate need for such panelists back then.
Oh yeah, it was me versus 15
still now,
people,
honestly.
but
these conservatives, I feel like, have stopped debating. But yeah,
they have. But it was because of shit like when every time I would go on there, even if I literally was just asking questions, like I was just completely shouted down and like you know, framed as a Nazi, and like people reported I'm, you know, banned on that platform now, and there's it was just a constant like mirage of people coming after me, and I felt like I was in a rare spot where I'm a content creator to where I had the ability to kind of separate myself from my outside life and friends and family and other people who would keep me in that bubble. But for most people, they need that like reassurance. And when people are like showing some change, I do think that Democrats need to get better at like accepting people, because Republicans, they don't give a fuck. You do the slightest thing that disagrees with Democrats, they are showering you with love. They are welcoming you in with open arms. They are ready for anybody at any time to disagree with Democrats so that they can really make you feel welcome and pull you over to their side. And it happens all the fucking time. Like we watch it very publicly all the time, where somebody just has
even
like
the people who are not in their Democrats.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So I'm just like, why is that not why is that not operative in now obviously I would never say be a coward fuck and don't criticize.
I think that's the case with Hasan.
Lefties. Oh, then I
you
think
remember
that we're
Hasan
aligned.
went and debated like well, you remember when Hasan went and debated
Mockler.
Andrew Tate?
No, I don't remember Tate.
Okay, well, he debated Andrew Tate a while back, and he did a fairly good job at like going at Andrew Tate and tearing down his ideas, and including Destiny. Everybody really like gave him a lot of praise and was like showing clips of him like owning Tate, and you know, like really like putting him up there. And that is, you know, I think with the Ashley St. Clair recently, a lot of people are still doing this, like, you know, right, what we don't know if we can trust her, blah blah blah. But like, there's I think that this is something that Democrats should work on. But with Hasan, I do think that when he does something that is beneficial to our message and our rhetoric and our propaganda, I think people do still promote that.
I don't know. I feel like we're aligned. I don't know that we're. Do you feel like we're any different then? I feel like you and I have both worked through this notion, like largely agreed the ways in which Hasan can be detrimental, and largely agree that you know, any kind of these interactions with people who we don't think fuck with us should be assessed for whether it benefits us and whether we see a material benefit to doing so. And clearly some candidates think that there is a material benefit. So I don't know. I feel like we're aligned. Can you think of somewhere in which we're divergent? Like, for example, if Pike really became like a brand risk, like he really was a some kind of reputational risk and hazard, similar to someone like Nick Fuentes, I think you and I would both be like, yeah, like I don't see any requirement or need or advice to Democrats to do that. He just doesn't have the same reputational risk as someone like Fuentes. At least not yet.
So the problem is again, so when we're talking about like the person versus the like their platform versus like something that they say or a message,
Right. The substance of what they say versus how they're perceived.
Yes, that doesn't mean that in the meantime, if like he doesn't come out with some base take that I'm gonna want to like jump on board with and agree with, in the meantime, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to continue counter signaling him while he's counter signaling us. Like that doesn't mean that, yes, in the meantime and everything in between, Hasan would still be viewed as an enemy, and that yes, people are going to put out pieces about
what
the
do you
fact
mean by
that he is
by an enemy?
antithetical to the Democrat Party. Meaning that if he's not with us, he's against us. That if he's not,
got it. That same notion that we just cashed out. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but right, like I consider a lot of people to be in that category, and I pick and choose when and how to respond. Like I don't know. On that view, do you think that Cenk Uygur is part of our coalition?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell. Like I would say definitely not Anna Kasparian. I would say she is definitely not. But it's hard to tell with Cenk on how much he agrees with her. But I don't know. I would say probably not. Kamala. Like yeah, he did, but like the types of things, like, man, dude, when he's over here like doing the fucking like 9/11 was a Israel conspiracy theory.
Oh,
and, you know, the like I don't and again, like just endorsing, we made it clear that like that's not like the only line there.
Agreed.
Like we're talking about things that like actually make that endorsement beneficial. But people like what's her name? The girl from the Majority Report, Emma
Vigeland.
Emma Vigeland, yes, she's another one where like yes, these are people who are I would not consider myself like in coalition with them.
Why? I feel like they are... on the view that we just expressed, like, do you really think that Emma like cried when Kamala lost? You don't think that she sincerely wanted Democrats to win? It feels like she would pass on that view, because I just view that like people on the internet have this stronger aversion to the kind of leftist critique than they do the kind of like annoying conservative critique. And they're a lot more willing to play ball with those like enlightened types who will begrudgingly like I think Stephen A. Smith endorsed Kamala.
Yeah.
I'm more offended by Stephen A. Smith than I am Emma Vigeland. I think Emma Vigeland occasionally says some base things. And Stephen A. Smith kind of like his base shit is when he's comparing Pokemon for who would win in a basketball. He's funny. Yeah. Like I think that he's funny and personable. But all I'm trying to say is like, do you really doubt that Emma Vigeland, on the criterion that we expressed of wanting to fuck with us, wanting to engage and help Democrats succeed, that she didn't want that? I think she wanted that.
That's why I'm saying like it's about like their platform, and I more so believe it to be not just like whether or not they fuck with us, but whether or not I view their platform to be a net positive. Yeah, and I don't believe that her as a personality online is a net positive. I think it's I think she is a net negative to Democrats when I'm talking about the alternative media online. The big
in virtue of what
is
she a net negative? Do you think that that's what I want to know? Like, why is she a net negative? Is there any kind of case where you make that she's depressing vote, or that she's doing something horrible to Democrats and hurting us?
You and I are greatly going to diverge when it comes to people like Chuck Schumer or Jeffries or these sorts of people and their
because I think getting rid of Chuck Schumer and Jeffries is like would really help Democrats. Right? I want to get rid of Schumer's, especially Schumer, to help Democrats. Schumer is like
I think it would be beneficial. I don't think he's a detriment to us, but I think there's something more beneficial on the horizon. I think it would be more beneficial to have somebody like AOC in his position, but I don't think that he is like a detriment. And I don't sit here thinking like, oh my goodness, I can't believe all.
But what I'm trying to say is like reasonable minds maybe can disagree on that shit. Frankly, I think it's a clear case. But on the Schumer, I think it's a perfect example, Tom, because there's a situation in which I don't think that you can doubt that I want Democrats to succeed. And my motivation for to get rid of Schumer is so the Democrats succeed. And so like, what the fuck? It sounds like there's a sort of, well, let's take a look at your criticism, and potentially you're out of the coalition if you don't fuck with Schumer. And then I'm just like, what?
No, okay, so I don't know what your issues are with Schumer, but I do know that, like, I feel like she's blamed him for, like, the War Powers Act not passing. There's no fucking shot any of these people ever thought that was going to pass. There's no fucking way they thought it was going to pass. Even if it did pass the fucking Senate, Donald Trump would veto that shit. There's no fucking way in hell that was ever going to pass. But they still seem to put, like, a lot of onus on him for this not passing. Same with, like, the
criticism is that they delayed the vote a little bit, which seems to be, there's some reporting that attests to that Schumer was trying not to have a vote before the any kind of
the break
troop deployment, anything like that. That's not like an inaccurate thing if that's what they meant. I mean, you'd have to bring up the quote, right? Maybe the criticism is stupid or something, but this is my issue with some of it, right? When we assess the coalitionness in terms of whether someone fucks with us, which is like largely subjectively what's their disposition, do they want Democrats to succeed? And then we have someone who, I'm aligned with Emma in terms of Schumer's got to go. It'd be good for Democrats to get rid of him. I'm aligned on that. Certainly with Majority Report. Certainly with and at this point, I think probably even Pod Save people and these kinds of individuals. If that's the large view of the coalition, how can we be like micromanaging, even to the point of like, well, if you say this criticism of Schumer that we don't like or we think is like exaggerated or whatever, we treat you like an enemy. That can't be the right approach.
The Democrat Party is its leaders and its politicians. That is, like, conceptually the way that people view it. Whether or not they're going to like the Democrat Party is going to be based on the concept. And unfortunately, currently, a lot of people view the Democrat Party as its voters instead of as its leaders.
Because I'm totally, most Democrats don't like Schumer as leader.
Most Democrats don't like Democrats.
Most Democrats agree with me that Schumer should go from leadership.
Yeah, I think Schumer this is part of like the problem with. I think this is part of the problem for me is that like I think that the populist ideals that are very much like taking over America, where we ought to be against our leaders, we ought to not like them, we ought to feel this like vitriol towards them. I think that this is very negative across the board because when somebody like Donald Trump comes in, where his base is like very much in favor of him, and it helps him greatly, I think that sort of energy needs to exist for Democrats at large, and that I think a lot of the negativity towards Democrats is overall unfounded.
Wait. When you say it's unfounded, you mean it doesn't actually exist? There's a great deal of self-hatred among Democrats.
No. The reasoning for it, like that they didn't get like Medicare for all, or they didn't fight enough against the Republicans or against Trump, or they allowed Biden to stay in office for too long.
Tom, that's my view. My view is that Democrats in the Senate and House have not fought sufficiently to my liking. Now, that doesn't mean that they've been complete failures on everything, but I have criticized how they fought. It kind of like, it does seem delusional in my mind. Maybe I shouldn't say delusional. I don't think it's correct to state that we should define Democratness and whether or not you're aligned in favor of us with respect to like our leaders, even if our leaders are unpopular within our own, historically unpopular among our own coalition, among the voting members of the Democrats. And I think if you remove Emma Vigeland from the equation, people are still upset at Schumer among the Democratic Party.
No, it's not. I'm not putting it on Emma Vigeland by herself. Oh. I'm talking about the alternative media overall. I'm saying that, like, I think that this is creating a very populist sentiment.
There's another explanation,
okay.
which is Schumer
all right,
actually bad.
Let's go to what is with the government shutdown, the first one. What did you have an issue with that? And
yes, 100%.
In Schumer. Okay,
yes.
Why? What? How?
Yeah, because that was a point of leverage. This is the March shutdown, it wasn't even a shutdown. It was an almost shutdown. Democrats broke a precedent. That is to say that there is no Democratic votes without negotiations and without a deal. That was a consistent line Democrats have had, and they accepted nothing. And in that context, they would, in a game of basically using up time, where Democrats need to buy time, get to the midterms, bog them down, Democrats wasted all of their leverage. And guess what?
So right now,
the majority of Democrats,
even
and
what you're
guess
doing
what?
right now.
And guess what? Let me finish my thought.
You're doing the thing.
Let me finish my thought. Guess what? The vast majority of Democrats agreed with me. And that was true of the shutdown that actually happened in November. And guess what? If we had that shutdown extended into current time, think of the leverage now in the context of a war. Think of what Democrats maybe could have even prevented the war if it were in the context of a shutdown that Israel was trying to get at. So it was foolish and stupid. And obviously it's a good thing that Trump's approval is going down. And I think the Democrats haven't been like useless, but on a lot of things, they have not taken risks. They've not taken calculated risks. And we have to think about how much better we would be if we had taken those risks. And if we, for example, could have prevented or taken away leverage for Trump, who would have been blamed for these kinds of events and held to a principle, which is you should negotiate with us. And by the way, what I'm saying right now is the standard view among Democrats. And it's not the standard view among Democrats because I said it.
I don't, and nobody stop saying this. I'm not talking. I'm talking about the way that people talk about things, the types of things they say about it, that like the sentiments there, that there ought to be a more realistic, pragmatic, and positive sentiment towards Democrats overall. But right now, even the way that you're talking about this, where I'm fine if you want to be upset with the 4 Democrats who voted to end the government shutdown, that makes sense. Be upset with the 4 Democrats who voted. But when you paint this as, I asked specifically about what your issue with Schumer in that case would be. But if you want, when you frame this as Democrats did this, Democrats ended this precedent, Democrats voted against that. But Democrats voted to keep the government shut down. There were 4 fucking Democrats that voted to end the government shutdown.
Tom, I didn't say all Democrats are to blame. I'm referencing leadership. I'm speaking in terms of leadership. I think that the majority leadership? Of the Senate voted Schumer. Again, specifically Schumer. What do you mean? Schumer didn't lobby. So first of all, Schumer has been very so he voted. Oh well, technically he voted against. No. It depends which one we're talking about. Wait. It depends which one we're talking about. I'm talking about the first one. Okay. So in the second one, he voted in favor of maintaining the posture. But if you look at reporting in terms of behind the scenes, whether Schumer was even lobbying to vote with the Democratic position, he wasn't. He was allowing these negotiations to continue on a process that he wasn't read into. And so he either is not taking control of the caucus and allowing these renegades to negotiate without his approval and not doing anything internally to lobby. You have statements from Tim Kaine in the November shutdown context where he said there were many more Democrats who supported what we did. So it does seem you can't have it both ways. Either we accept that the right Democratic position, as expressed by Schumer in fall, was to maintain the shutdown, right? We either accept that Schumer is telling the truth there and that he wasn't able to control his caucus, that's in fall, or that he was lying. Which do you take to be reality? And then we'll get to the March one.
I do not expect.
Do you understand that dilemma? So Schumer voted.
Yes. Hold on. I do not expect him to be capable of handling somebody like Fetterman. I don't expect that. I don't think that
Fetterman
that's
to the side. They needed more than Fetterman. Come on, put Fetterman to the side.
Sure. But hold on. But I understand that he is exceptional. But I'm saying I don't expect him to be capable of controlling everybody. I expect him to lead, and hopefully that people who are within the Democrat Party and who are on board with the missions, that they're going to align with the leaders, but that if they don't, like, that's on them for not playing their part. That I don't put that on him for not being capable of getting them in line.
What would it take for you to criticize Schumer?
On these people.
What would it take for you to criticize him then?
So in this case, like, I did think it was probably best to like end the government shutdown after.
So would you critique him for voting against it then? You can't have it both ways.
I want the people who are in the House. So I thought that it was okay to open the government at that point, but for as far as like for leaders, I would want them to align with their party. I would want them to do what it is that they're supposed to do with their party.
Right, so you can understand the frustration that Schumer wasn't able to keep his caucus together. And by the way, people give him the benefit when he is able to keep his caucus together. People say that about Pelosi. They say Pelosi was able to keep her caucus together. Look at all these votes. She was always close to the whip, counting whips. Again, I just want to stress, we have reporting. He wasn't even engaged and lobbying or whipping votes for the shutdown vote, right? And the clear indication here is, and I'm not one of these lefties who say rotating villains. The clear indication is no one trusts Schumer when he voted against the shutdown, that's what he actually wanted. That's why you're having this difficulty, this dilemma, is because we all think that Schumer wanted the shutdown to end. And that there was a selection.
Very small reportings about the fact that yes, he wanted those 4 people to do it as scapegoats to end the government shutdown.
It was more than 4. Yeah, it was more than 4, and he on all of them coincidentally weren't up for re-election.
I think it was 4 from the initial vote. I think it was a difference of 4 from the initial vote. So
right, there was Angus King and a couple others. I think Maggie Hasan and Angus King and a few others initially voted for clean CR. So everyone kind of has the impression. That's why everyone speaks about the fall shutdown fight, where Schumer. As Schumer's decision to end the shutdown, even though Schumer voted against it, because we all kind of know what's going on there. And what's going on there is he's not being upfront. He's voting in favor of the shutdown. He's not really lobbying. And he's allowing these people who would be whipped if Schumer asked, right? If Schumer asked, not all of them, granted, not all of them, but enough of them. He's in control of, at least in that moment, that decision. So yeah, that's kind of where I think that there's a frustration. We can talk about the spring shutdown fight in a second, but that's an area where you don't need to listen to the majority report to be like, what the fuck, right? Ezra Klein was saying, how can you fund this government? Ezra Klein is saying, how can you fund this government? He's not a tanky. He's not a lefty. Pod save people.
I don't think any of these people are tankies, but
but Ezra Klein's in the coalition, right? And Ezra Klein's in the coalition. Sure. Nate Silver, maybe he's in the coalition. I mean, these are people who all expressed, how can you fund this government? How can the Democrats do this? Right? And the time when Democrats actually take risks, they've been rewarded. Gavin Newsom took a risk, rewarded on redistricting. So again, what I'm trying to stress here is, I think that people will mistake sometimes stupid criticism for anti-electoralism, anti-Democrat talk, and just bad faithism or whatever. When sometimes, though not always, but sometimes the problem is the leaders. And right now and recently, Schumer has been weak. And the public opinion reflects that. And that public opinion isn't because of alt media, largely. In my view, the opinion of Schumer is because he has been weak. And the merits on the ground of what he's been doing. The thing is, Mantis, you say Ezra Klein has been saying some very regarded stuff. You're not going to argue, if your view is that Ezra Klein is, quote, not in the coalition as we cashed out earlier in this conversation, then the coalition consists of just you and Tom and a few other people. Ezra Klein is as in the coalition as you can be. All right. We're talking about New York Times mainstay liberal commentator. He's in. Okay. And you can't get around that. Yeah.
When I'm bringing up stuff about Emma Vigeland, I'm not pointing out like one instance of like a thing. I'm pointing out like a pattern of behavior. And if you're saying you align with this pattern of behavior, but overall people are like very clear that you're on the side of Democrats and all that, I don't see that from Emma Vigeland. I don't see that. That almost same with Kyle Kalinske. Like, I know he's on the left. That's clear. He's on the left. I don't see somebody who's like who supports Democrats, and the majority of the time when he talks about them, it seems like it's in a negative way.
I mean, okay, so you treat Kyle Kalinske as an enemy? Like, what is that? What's the follow on from that?
Yes. Yeah, I don't.
And how exactly is that? So would you not like do a show with Kyle Kalinske in a friendly way? Like, I do shows with fucking Richard Hanania in a friendly way. I do shows with fucking conservatives in a friendly way. I do shows with counterpoints in a friendly way. And don't you?
Sure, but I don't know where that went about like doing a show with people in a friendly
well, that's
way.
What I'm talking about. Like the so what? Okay, so Kyle Kalinske is an enemy. I disagree with that. I think that he, by the metrics that we have established, I don't think that he wants Democrats to fail. I think he wants Democrats largely to succeed. That's my view. And that is, yes, even considering his statement about the Green Party endorsement, yes, even considering everything else at this point in 2026, that's my view of him. You can disagree. We have a different, that's also
sure, I'm
not
talking about the fact that like is separating like a like whether or not somebody's in a coalition versus whether or not like you have like friendly conversations with them or
well, no, I'm talking about the so like what of it, right? Okay, so he's not, so let's assume Kyle, Emma not in the coalition. Now what? What is the so what after that? I wouldn't treat them like I would treat Hasan Piker.
I would treat Kyle Kalinske as a negative. That like I would treat him as like
what does that mean, right? Like I would treat Richard Hanania as a negative.
When I talk about him, when I review him, I'm not sitting there talking about this guy as though he's a friend. I'm not talking about him as though he's somebody that I view as like a partner, as somebody who's on the team. I view him as somebody who's off the team. Yeah, I might do a friendly show with him or whatever.
What exactly is that? If I review something and I'm going to say where I agree and where I don't agree, and so what is the so what after? Like, yeah, if Kyle Kalinske says something based, I'm going to be okay with that. Same thing with Cenk, by the way. I critique Cenk so often on my show in terms of his analysis on different things. I tweet at Cenk. Everyone knows this. How critical I'm at Cenk Uygur. When Cenk Uygur says something based, I retweet it. When Cenk Uygur is attacked by this disgusting freak, Mark Levin, I defend him.
Earlier, I was saying that I want to like separate like whether or not I support a message from somebody versus whether or not I support like that character that they play online, or whether or not I support their platform, like them as a person. Like these are different things to me, and that I can agree with something that somebody says while still treating them as like an enemy. Like they would look at me as a hater. Like I am.
This is what I'm seeking clarity on, Tom, because Mantis says it in the chat. It means you push back, right? It means you challenge their ideas. I challenge the ideas of my allies. You know, on Lib Learn, I challenge what Hutch says. I challenge what Soypill says. IRI challenges what I say. IRI will go out of his way and say, Pisco, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. XXXX, like pushing for me to explain an apparent contradiction. I challenge with respect to what I'm hearing, the ideas. I don't challenge with respect to like, unless it's relevant to some kind of analysis, and maybe it is sometimes. But in general, I challenge with respect to like the content of an idea. I don't like go out of my way, oh, I'm going to challenge Hasan because it's Hasan, or I'm going to challenge Emma Vigeland because it's Emma. I challenge the ideas, or maybe like a set of ideas, or like a worldview.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Those
I'm
ideas.
saying that their platform is their ideas. The platform, the way that they influence people as an influencer, that is what it is that I'm challenging, not just like each idea individually. And so while I might be reviewing something from Kyle Kalinske, and he might like throughout this entire video say things that I agree with, I will likely couch those statements and like, yeah, he's actually saying something based this time, or like, you know, so like it is clear that as a character, I do not like this guy or his ideas overall, but here he's saying things that I agree with. That's the case with literally everybody. That's not like something special for anybody who's on the left. If Rob Noor says something that I agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you dislike Rob Noor personally?
No, but I view him as an enemy. If I'm reviewing his content and I'm talking about something he's wrong about, I will talk about him as a dumb fuck. Like, this guy is a fucking idiot. Like, what is wrong with him? Whereas if it's somebody that I agree with more, just because I disagree with what they're saying here doesn't mean I'm going to sit here calling them a dumb fuck. Like, these are different people. These are different ways of viewing the person.
Yeah, someone's body of work may influence like your demeanor towards them. A bunch of other stuff might too, in terms of like how they've interacted with you. So for example, I found that Glenn Greenwald has had like, he's been very deceptive at times. And personally, I do not like Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah.
I don't find him to be an honest, forthright person. And I will often be like, listen, I don't agree with Glenn Greenwald on this or that, or on Twitter files, or on Russia stuff, or on his false equivalence between Democrats and Republicans. So, but yeah, but like a bunch of stuff goes into that, not just whether or not this the concept of coalition that we've sort of built out is fulfilled or not. I'm sure that I would like really appreciate and compliment what Greenwald, and I have Greenwald has to say on like things like some of the First Amendment depriving activities of the Trump administration, Mahmoud Khalil, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure I would qualify a lot of that by saying, hey guys, this is Greenwald, this is this or that. In the same way, if I'm reviewing a piece of content from a dead ender lefty that I agree with, I would say, you know, I don't really like Hasan that much, but a lot of this is virtue signaling, you know, and maybe that's worth it. So like your audience doesn't get tricked or something. But that's really what you're describing should be done, is like virtue signal about Kyle Kulinski before you compliment him.
Sure.
I'm just like, why is that? Like, I might do that anyway, just because I want to do it. But like, why is that like the thing you ought to do?
I don't know about what you ought to do. I'm just talking about like, this is the way that communication works. This is the way that like you signal things, you talk about things. Like and it's the same way that like you build relationships or coalitions or like whatever. When I've talked to you about like, hey, when you review me talking to Rob Noor, you come off as a fucking hater. I don't know what fucking side you're on. This is what I'm talking about, is that like, if I don't know, like if it's like, I don't know, like autism or what, but like obviously the way that you engage with a person indicates your demeanor towards them, your thoughts about them, the way that you like whether or not you respect them, respect their ideas, those sorts of things. That is like read into by literally every single person who's watching, whether or not you say it blatantly or not.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the way that my demeanor towards friend people. Distinction. Like I respect some conservatives on some things. I like there's aspects of Mearsheimer's analysis that I find
but there's a
stupid.
Purpose to their platform that seems to be obvious. That's what I'm trying to convey, is like there is a concept of their platform and what it achieves, and whether or not I agree with that purpose of that platform and what it is looking as though it is attempting to achieve.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the purpose, the end, the telos of the platform or whatever, reasonable minds can disagree, and
sure, like, these are subjective to an extent. Like you're saying it as though there's like some objective differences here, and there's not.
Okay. So this is then what I'm trying to ground down is I don't think that this is like some simple paint by numbers thing, and everyone is trying to make it so. He's an enemy. He's not in the 10. Therefore,
hold on. Is it paint by numbers whether or not Nick Fuentes is like on our team?
What do you mean by team? Is it the same thing we've been talking about?
On your team, yes. On your team, is he somebody that like is beneficial to your message, your platform, your goals, what you want to achieve? Is he beneficial to that?
Is he? Wait, no, that's a different concept than we grounded out. This is just a question of like net
positive. Is he a net positive?
to me specifically. Tim Pool is a net positive to me, isn't he? Agreed? He platformed me. He grew my channel.
Sure, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm talking about what
so I'm trying to clarify, right?
They want
because
to achieve,
what you just introduced of whether he's a net benefit to me specifically, that's different than the friend enemy thing that we talked about, which had to do more.
I said to your team, like I'm talking about your team, what it is you want to do, what it is you want to achieve, what it is your platform is for. Are those things aligned? Is Nick Fuentes' platform aligned with your platform and your goals?
In my view, Nick Fuentes is a net negative to my team in the sense of the country. He's arguably a net benefit to Democrats in the midterm, in the mid to long term.
Sure.
See, it depends on which form of thing.
Sure. No, it's not. No, it's not, because his message is antithetical to my team. His message and his platform overall is antithetical to my team.
That's an ideological term, Tom.
He might
we're equivocating all over the place, Tom. So this is the problem. It's a moving target. Everything's a moving target.
Hold on.
That's an ideological term.
He might say things that are beneficial to Democrats, where he's telling everybody to vote for Democrats, or Republicans are so bad right now that even I won't vote for Republicans. That is beneficial to what it is that I want to achieve, that I want to do. And so I will take that message and promote that message. But I'm not promoting Nick Fuentes and his platform as somebody who is a net benefit whatsoever. But
so yes, the problem here is conceptual clarity.
What do you think we're talking?
It's a moving target. It's a moving target. You could ask me, is Nick Fuentes aligned with you ideologically or compatible with you ideologically? Answer is no, clear no. Is Nick Fuentes a benefit for Democrats at some time horizon? The answer probably is yes to that question. Is Nick Fuentes beneficial for the?
I'm asking.
I'm trying to tell you that there's a moving target here.
I'm trying to be clear. It's not, though, because that's not what I asked you. I asked about you and your platform and your platform's goals. I see this as my channel and what I want to do with it. I see theirs as their platform, their channel, and what it is they want to do with it.
I'll explain why. Because you granted that Tim. So there's an equivocation. It's undeniable. I asked about Tim Pool. I said to my platform, Tim Pool is beneficial. You granted that. Nick Fuentes is probably beneficial in terms of my channel's revenue, my channel's attention. I follow Nick Fuentes. Sometimes I talk to Groypers. So in terms of just the attention economy and his presence online.
No.
Yeah, Tom.
No,
you have to be. You have to be.
No, that's
in terms of what are you talking about?
Okay, as I said, is their platform's goal and what they want to achieve with their platform in line with your platform's goal? And what do you want to achieve with your platform?
That's an ideological term.
Whether or not he platforms you.
That's an ideological term. Do you understand the difference?
No, duh.
Okay, so if you're asking purely in ideological terms,
whether or not he platforms you has nothing to do with whether or not his platform's goals are in line with your platform's goals. Whether or not he platforms you is not relevant.
You have to give me the space to clarify where there was an equivocation. Someone who's ideologically unaligned to you could be very beneficial to your movement, either inadvertently or actually because they want to help in some sort of long term. What's that?
I've granted this numerous times. Yes, of course. Okay. Their message can be beneficial. When
you say a net benefit, is he a net benefit for Democrats? It is a reasonable interpretation, a net benefit for your platform, and you use these interchangeably. It could be a concept that is grounded out instrumentally. That is to say, in terms of the overall effect he has on the movement. Now, you could couch it in ideological terms. Is his ideology compatible with your vision of the world? And were you really asking that, Tom? Because do you think that it's ideologically compatible, Groyperism, with my view?
No, I'm trying. Okay. Maybe this is the way to phrase it then. I view it as whether or not their platforms, what it is that they do with their platform, what it is their platform achieves, what it is that seems they're trying to achieve with their platform, whether or not that aligns with what I want to do with my platform, and whether or not it is aligned with that. Okay,
that's in terms of goals. That's in terms of goals and ideology. That's what they want to see in the world. Does your goal, right? Does the end state align with your end state? Of course, no. My end state, my goal is not aligned with Nick Fuentes'. That's a trivial answer and obviously true.
Well, so it's not, because I'm saying that when you're seemingly making it seem like this is all blurred and like there's gray areas and blah blah blah. I'm saying that like when it comes to somebody like Hasan or others, that like I can look clearly at like or Nick Fuentes, that like I can look clearly at like their platform, what it is they want to achieve, what it is they do with their platform, and whether or not that aligns with me in my platform, in like the character that I play online and who it is that I'm.
No, but that's an easy answer.
Like,
No,
I
in
am
terms
to
of
other
end states, I
people.
mean that's true of Hasan, and that's an easy answer. Yes, that's true. Although at some time horizon, right? You can define a goal in terms of what's the immediate goal. Like if we're both on a plane together, if our goal is to land the plane safely, but then afterwards you have some other goal that we're like different NBA teams, maybe, you know, it depends on in terms of which goals that we're talking about. But in general, I get what you're saying. My answer in terms of the long-term ideological end state, Hasan is not aligned, and that's true of him. It's true of Nick Fuentes. It's true, by the way, of Liz Cheney. It's true of Mitt Romney. We have very different ideological end states. That's not what's tough and where there's a gray area. Where there's a gray area is this notion of like how to treat people and whether you show that you respect them, or whether or not it's clear that you have an instrumental benefit to your movement for hosting them or going on their show, and how you interact with them. These questions are a lot harder to suss out. But in just terms of ideological compatibility or incompatibility, that's usually easier. And I'm happy to answer that. And there's never been any lack of clarity in my view on that.
Okay, well, I think that when it comes to you and your platform, I think you make it a lot more clear that you are aligned with Democrats, that you want Democrats to succeed, that they are beneficial to what you and your platform want to do, and that you are rooting for Democrats. I don't get that from Emma Vigeland.
That she wants Democrats to succeed?
Why?
Yes,
I
because
think
she criticizes Schumer, or like what are the examples that you're drawing on that suggest she doesn't want Democrats to succeed?
The amount. So as I said, some of the criticisms that I just think are blatantly wrong and like misinformation, but on top of that, the way that she talks about Democrats, it is the way that I'm like, when I'm talking about the way that I talk about people that I deem to be like an enemy or antithetical, I feel that's the way she talks about Democrats.
So because she is highly critical of Democratic leadership, and
you are really downplaying this. They're really downplaying this using the word critical here.
Okay, what word would you want me to use?
When I say it seems as though she.
What word do you want me to use?
To use it.
You fucking virtue signaling bastard. What word?
She views them as an enemy. That is what I'm saying.
That's the conclusion that we want to draw. That's begging the question. The question is, does she view Democrats as an enemy? And you're like, agree with my conclusion. I'm asking in virtue of what do you draw the conclusion that she views them as an enemy? And you're like, use the conclusion. You understand that's circular?
No. Okay. I'm saying that that's the way that she talks about them. That's how I view it. I view it as though that's how she talks about them. Because, yes, I view it that way. That I cannot go over each and every single instance of every time she's talked about Democrats over the last year and a half that has drawn me to this conclusion, but that this is the way that I view her, and this is why I come to this conclusion that she would not be part of the team or part of the coalition.
Have you read Abundance?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Ezra eviscerates or attempts to eviscerate Democrats in many key ways about their failure.
Sure.
This is Jerry Brown. This is Gavin Newsom. This is Barack Obama. Famously, Joe Biden. Ruthless.
Yeah.
Any difference in the nature of the criticism from Ezra versus that you can tell right now and explain other than vibes? Versus Emma?
No, not versus vibes. Like I said, like if I'm looking at it as like a platform-wide thing,
there are libs
and I
who are
see him as somebody
ruthless,
who
like
makes
Nate
it clear
Silver,
that
like
he is
Iglesias, like fucking, like I just mentioned, Ezra. Ezra is sometimes what characterize these like coastal liberals is vicious critiques of themselves. I mean, think about how the Democratic elites turned on Biden in the aftermath of the debate. Would we ever say someone like, oh, George Clooney's not on the team? Look at what he did with Biden. Look at how he massacred my boy.
No, dude, I thought Kamala Harris was a horrible candidate. Like, I thought she was a horrific candidate, truly. Like, the entire, like, campaign, I was constantly very upset with her and critical of her, and I was not happy with anything happening after Biden dropped out. Wasn't happy with him either, but I don't think there was any point in time where people questioned whether or not that was my candidate. Like there was any point where people thought, oh well, maybe
same thing. Emma supported Kamala.
Third party or whether or not.
Okay, Emma supported Kamala. She had her critiques, but she supported Kamala.
Okay, but I don't know how I don't know that I can explain it.
But in your chat it says, well, Ezra is solution oriented. Okay, you might not agree with Emma's solutions and the majority report solutions. They offer solutions, all right? They say what Democrats should do. And if you don't think they do that, you just like don't watch them. So like, what is this nonsense? You know that there's no distinction here in terms of like how they both do vicious critiques. Ezra viciously critiques Democrats. Majority report viciously critiques Democrats. But they wanted a Democrat to win. You might not agree with all of majority report's critiques. Some of them might be like wrong. I don't agree with all of fucking Ezra Klein's critiques. This is all just, in my view, what are we doing here, right? It really does seem that all of this is an attempt to have some ill-defined term where it has to do with like the vibes of whether they want Democrats to succeed. And some critiques mean it that you're not in line with that vision. And some critiques are okay. And there's going to be these referees that determine which are good critiques, which are bad critiques, and that are compatible with you being part of the team or whatever. And then there's a so what at the end of it, which is like so ethereal and mysterious. It's like, okay, how do we treat majority report? And by treat, do you mean just like virtue signal and say, fuck them? This is all stupid. It's a waste of our time to put our collective brain cells here. Critique people viciously when they deserve it.
The reason I brought up Nick Fuentes earlier is to say that I think there are some that are just so blatantly obvious that they are not aligned, that they are not on the team, that it doesn't make sense to even have those conversations. And I think there are people like Emma Vigeland that I would view as not on the team, but people who are farther left than me, people who are more progressive, people who are a little bit more aligned with her, that they might think so. Those are areas where I think it makes sense that there's going to be a bit more, it's going to be a bit more of like a blurry area. But the idea that like people can't have this idea of like somebody much farther to the outside like Hasan, who is I think a clear distance away from everybody else, that he is net negative, and that like there aren't points where they just like all concepts have this like blurry edge around the outer perimeter where like you don't know if it's in or out and whether or not it counts or not. But I think there's people who get far enough outside to where it's like, okay, it's pretty clear. Like we don't have to like have a huge conversation about whether or not they fall in or not.
I mean, yeah, like if we define it as, our ideological ends or our goals different, then yeah, like, I mean, they're different. It should be noted, by the way, that my ideological goal is probably different than Hutch's. Probably different than yours in some trivial sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're talking about some level of some magnitude of difference that is significant, right? A significant difference.
Mm-hmm.
Some like a difference of note in terms of our goals. And I'm happy to say that Hasan's goals are incredibly different than mine and are different than most Democrats. I'm not so sure that Emma Vigeland, Majority Report's end goals are different than most Democrats. I bet you if you put Emma Vigeland on a stage, ask her a bunch of answers to questions, and you put Chuck Schumer on a stage, ask her a bunch of questions, get her answers, that more Democrats would support what Emma's saying than Schumer. You doubt that?
I don't know.
In other words, we have to be, I think a lot of online commentary is like underestimating how liberal, here I mean in the American sense, the Democratic Party is. And like the effect that the 2010s and 20s have had on the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is further left than it's ever been. And it has embraced a lot of Bernie Sanders' agenda. And Joe Biden's agenda, a lot of it is explicitly stuff from Bernie or stuff that is further left than the party was at decades ago. You know, Biden supported a $15 minimum wage. Now, if I said $15 minimum wage every day, $15 minimum wage, people would say, oh, he just cares about that fucking whatever, $15 minimum wage. Or if I said $15 minimum wage, Medicare for all, I would be put in the box of fucking Majority Report and Emma Vigeland. If I said something like, oh, this senator doesn't support $15 minimum wage and Medicare for all, that's where the majority of the Democrats are. And so I shouldn't be put in a box of like not on the team if I have these like views on these certain policy, these like key policy areas or policy areas of great interest to a lot of lefties: Medicare, $15 minimum wage, student debt relief, and Israel-Palestine, for example, if they represent like the majority of the people that make up the Democratic Party.
I don't care.
And I think that they do.
Like I think the majority of Democrats are wrong.
Okay, then, but
like
what gives you the fucking right to define what the Democratic Party is, dude?
Well, I'm not talking about the Democratic Party. I'm not defining what the Democratic Party is. I'm defining what it is that my platform's goals are, what it is that I want, what it is that I want to advocate for, what it is that I like the Democratic Party to be, and what it is that I'm fighting for. But when it comes to like whether or not the majority of Democrats approve of Democrats, and they have very low approval ratings, well, I approve of Democrats. I think the majority of these people are just misinformed, and they're watching people who are bad at communicating how good of a job that Democrats are actually doing in reality. Like you think that Joe Biden did a really good job during his presidency, yet the majority of Democrats didn't think so. So like,
no, that's not true.
I don't know what that means.
Majority of Democrats approved of Joe Biden.
I don't think
even at his worst, Democrats approved of Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, no one's going to tell me Joe Biden isn't part of the coalition, right? If I couch my policy goals in terms of Bidenism, in what sense am I? Yeah, he had 42. He ended with 42.2%. At some point, he was in the 30s. Yeah, you're showing it. Yeah,
it's not the majority.
He was not.
No. This is the. Yeah, so this is the average. When you say the majority approved of Joe Biden, that's not a majority.
Democrats.
Okay, a majority of Democrats. Okay, all right.
We're talking about what constitutes the Democratic Party. And yeah, like Biden was the most left-wing president we've ever had. And for some, he wasn't left enough. Largely on foreign policy grounds for these lefties.
Mm-hmm.
But like, okay.
Oh yeah, he's like
85%. If we're largely aligned on most things in terms of Bidenism and on healthcare, most of the Democratic Party is probably to the left of Biden on healthcare. I just don't understand what views the Majority Report expresses that puts them out of sync with the majority of the Democratic constituency. What is it?
Again, I don't care about the majority of the Democratic constituency.
Okay, but are you going to argue something like, for example, that like the majority of the Democrats aren't in the Democratic coalition? You can't say that, right?
No. Okay, I know. When we're talking about like content creators and the level, what it is that I expect of them, I have a much higher standard for somebody who is going to talk to their audience and talk to a group of people about politics and be an influencer and influence these people on these ideas versus somebody who's in the chat. These are not the same people to me. I don't treat them the same. They're not in the same like world at all.
Okay, so are there any kind of like opinions that Emma Vigeland has said that you think show that she's not really a Democrat?
No, again, I'm sorry. If we're talking about somebody who like they say that they vote Democrat, they say it like once a show, but then like throughout the majority of like the 5-6 hour show, they're just doing nothing but like shitting on every Democrat and talking about how horrible they are and that they don't do anything, and call them the do nothing Democrats and say that they don't care about us and that they're never going to listen to us and that these are people who are just working for the corporations and they're just taking money from their big donors. And like that's like the majority of the 5 hours, but I take like 10 seconds at the end to be like, yeah, but I'm voting Democrat in midterms and in the election. That is the platform to me is what the other 5 hours were, not the what the 1 second was.
Even if that view about Democrats being feckless, Democrats being too corporatist, Democrats being too influenced by money, even if that were a majority view among Democrats, you would still say that it means they're not allies of Democrats. Which, by the way, it is. Democrats think that they themselves are feckless and weak, and yes.
Yes, your majority of voters, I would say yes. If I think that they're wrong,
so even if
this like populist view,
even if what is being expressed in the majority report is a majority view of Democrats regarding themselves with respect to fecklessness, weakness, being unable to get results. This is what Ezra Klein says in Abundance, by the way. Democrats don't get results. Democrats are too slow. Democrats are too procedural. Democrats aren't able to deliver for the American people. No one doubts Ezra Klein is in the coalition.
Sure.
So it just seems like,
again, it's
all vibes. It's really, because there's not a single view that's expressed that is, as we sit here, that we're talking about, that they I mean, you can go to Hasan, you can get views for sure outside the norm and not compatible and definitely like authoritarian 100%, but like Emma Vigeland, because she says, oh, Democrats are too corporatist. Guess what? They are too fucking corporatist. Guess what? They are too fucking feckless.
No,
and the majority of people agree with that. Even Ezra.
Bro, you're being bad faith. Come on. There's no fucking way. When I give an example of like a 5 hour show where they take 10 seconds to say they vote for them and the other 5 hours is just like talking shit about them, and you're like, but what if that one thing that they said is true? Okay, that one thing that they said is true, and then you like that again is just the majority of your platform is making Democrats look bad and talking about the negatives of Democrats and talking about what it is they didn't do and talking about what it is that they're not doing enough of and how feckless and blah blah. Like that is your platform. Your platform that is anti-Democrat. That is the majority of your platform. We just need Democrats.
We just need to get some sort of like objective. Like this is an empirical question, right? It's an empirical question about how much percentage of the time they start covering things, right? It's an empirical question.
Well, from my perspective, I'm saying from what I see of them, from what I've watched of them, I'm going to gain my own perspective of them.
Do you have a representative sample of their content? How often do you watch them?
Not
an empirical
much
question, in other words,
anymore.
That's what I mean. Like,
I guess again, I can't like I'm gonna have an opinion on the people that I watch, and it's going to be based on like whatever it is that I gather of their content and who they are. But when I watch other people, and they also seem to all share this opinion that like, yeah, Emma Vigeland like just spends the majority of her time shitting on Democrats. So they say the same thing about Hasan, or they say the same thing about the Humanist Report, or like all these different people. Then yeah, like it seems as though they're gathering the same thing that I am. But when you say like it's just vibes, like yes, it is subjective to an extent based on your experience.
Here are things that you can show me, right? That like here are some views that put them out of step with Democrats, that show that they're incompatible with Democrats. They don't want the same thing as Democrats, right?
Or that's not what I'm talking about.
You could say this is unfair Dem bashing. You can show me some examples of them doing unfair Dem bashing. That said, I will show you clips of people who are unquestionably in the coalition who do unfair Dem bashing. I mean, look at Pod Save America.
But
Pod Save America,
point though is that Ezra Klein
are picking fights with people. Yeah.
Ezra Klein does not spend the majority of his time shitting on Democrats. Like, he doesn't spend like I will take your word for it that, like, I agree that that's what his book is. It's about, like, you know, too much overregulation, trying too hard to, like, separate things out, and that, like, he's talking about the fact that, like, they have created an economy that's not capable of growing and creating new businesses and things like that.
Not just abundance, by the way. And remember,
like,
abundance is like a collection of a bunch of essays that they've reformatted and stuff. So it was a body of work that's larger, but on Biden too. I mean, Ezra was knives out for Biden.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know much about Ezra Klein. Like, up until recently, my opinion of him was that he was, like, super progressive, and then now recently he almost comes off as like a milquetoast centrist. So I'm very confused by this guy. But yes, he, like, I have watched probably 15 different episodes of his over the last, like, 2 months, and that he seems like, I don't really ever see him criticizing Democrats in a way that does not seem like constructive criticism. He doesn't come off as a hater of Democrats in any way.
This is my final point, and I do appreciate the conversation. I always do. I think a lot of this is just a waste of brain cells. And we should take the critiques and people's bodies of work and, for sure, incorporate them into how we deal with others. That would be, of course, make a lot of sense. But, like, spending so much time categorizing people as specifically being part of a club where it does seem like the criteria is a moving target. That's just my impression. You can disagree. And saying it's in virtue of, like, well, how much time they spend.
When you say it's a moving target, are you saying that, like, when you say it's a moving target, are you just saying that, like, my position is different from Hutch's and Hutch's position is different from Destiny's? Or
that's part of what I'm saying. The coalition conversation. What does it mean to, quote, be in the coalition? That is across creators, certainly a moving target, where some people will say, define it in terms of, will you support the candidate? Some people will say, we'll start talking about unfair dem bashing. Some people will start talking about Marxist-Leninism. These are moving targets. Some people will talk about lying and personal faults and being unfair and doxing. So yeah, like, maybe that's all relevant to, like, how good or bad of a person you are, but the coalition conversation and what's being meant by treat them like an enemy, treat them like this or that, it's incredibly vague and unclear. And it seems to be different. Like, when the rules start to pop up and to make different, like, brackets and categories, and you say, oh, well, it's different if you're a fucking swing senator, obviously. Like, yeah, obviously, like, you will treat people differently. And if you're Joe Manchin, even though, you know, you are like a needed vote, and even though you don't endorse Kamala Harris, maybe you treat them a little nicer or something, or maybe you keep that in mind when you're running your critique. Sure, yeah, but, like, what is this overall totalizing narrative of in the tent, in the coalition? If it just means, well, think about what people's end goals are, think about what their body of work says, think about whether they want Democrats to win. Yeah, no duh. But the kind of recommendation and prescription is always like, well, it's different for this and it's different for that. And, like, how about we just treat people the way it's appropriate to treat them? And this attempt to
that's what I'm talking about, is what is appropriate.
Yeah, okay, then that's fair. But, like, this attempt to make it a model, I think, is a failure. It's not clear. It's opaque to me. And the recommendations all seem to be incredibly tailored to individuals. And at that point, I'm just like, all right, let's make your case for every given individual.
But if people over time feel as though the left has, like, broadened the tent too much and accepted, like, way too much within that group, that has made it to where they are
accepted too much. What does that mean? If they accepted too much,
meaning
the left accepted too much.
That, like,
what does that mean?
It means that, like, if people who are, again, like, a negative, who we would view as, like, a net negative to the party or to the to
I don't mean by the words. What do you mean by the words the left accepted to? What does it mean for the left to accept a thing? What does that mean?
Like, for the big tent to get too big, to where it's like, it's got people.
We're defining it in terms of tentness, and it's the same issue, right? If accepting someone into the tent means a set of actions, means a disposition towards them, then you just spell that out. We're too nice to too many people personally, or we allow them to register for the party, or we don't immediately cut ties with them? Or like, what is the thing, the action that's being taken, that's being criticized? Just saying we accept too much. Now we're
wait,
just
hold on. I'm trying
opaque.
to set parameters for different things where I'm saying like, if Mao was alive today and he's telling like everybody that we should be going out and grabbing our teachers and family and shaving their heads in the fucking streets and shit like that. And we're like, this guy, I don't think is like part of the coalition. He's not somebody that
What do you mean by that? That's it's a semantic question. I'm asking you what you mean by that.
So yeah, so I'm saying that, well, first, I'm just trying to draw the line that people can believe that things have gotten too big first. Now, the tent.
Wait, what has gotten too big? What has
the tent? And so that's what I'm getting to.
Okay, so, what's the tent?
The tent.
The singularity will catch those on the right and centrists off guard.
Again, we have a bunch of different labels. The broadest label is going to be the left, right? So we have the left. Mao is on the left. But
how do we know that the left has accepted Hasan? How do we know the Democrats have accepted Hasan? What's the criteria by which we know that Hasan has been accepted into the tent?
That like
how do we know if that's happened?
Democrat politicians going on his platform. He is the biggest left-wing content creator. He is other big left-wing content creators regularly are going on his show. He's going on their shows. They reference him as like a, somebody who knows what they're talking about. They promote.
No, but Democrats go on people's shows. Hang on, I mean that can't be enough. That can't be enough. I mean, Democrats go on shows of people who they who like are very clearly not aligned with Democrats, and it's often friendly. It's not always combative, unlike this kind of straw man. Oh no, but it's combative. No, it's not always combative. They will sometimes go for misogynist. Ro Khanna has done it. Other Democrats have done it. Pete Buttigieg, not always combative on these right-wing shows. Gavin Newsom, not combative at all with Charlie Kirk.
Did you watch Steven Crowder talk to Nick Fuentes?
No.
Okay, Steven Crowder talked to Nick Fuentes. Very like cordial conversation, very nice. But like, it's clear that like there is a massive tension there, that they are both coming from very different angles, and that they are like sorting this out, and that they are not on the same team, but they're like trying to have a cordial conversation about it, right?
Yes. We have to stop, because you cannot define things in terms of who's on the team and not, if that's the whole thing we're trying to show. Like we're trying to define, trying to conceptualize being on the team or not being on the team.
Things, and then you're doing the thing that people who disagree with this conversation do this thing where they just, I feel like you're purposely trying to make it sound or be as vague as possible, so you don't actually have to agree that there is a tent at all.
No, what do you mean by it? Just tell me what you mean by on the team, in the tent.
Let's take Hasan for example. Do you think that majority of people who know of Hasan,
that's asking me a question. I just need you to tell me the concept.
Who have any idea?
I told you the concept earlier is whether or not you think the platform aligns with like your platform, whether or not
whether your goals are aligned. It depends what you're talking about, right? Like my goals are aligned with Tim Pool in some sense when I want to have a good show. If you mean my long-term ideological goals, the answer would be no, they're not aligned. But
obviously,
if that's all it's meant by
long-term ideological goals.
Okay,
we're talking about what it is that they want to achieve.
If what we mean by being in the tent is long-term ideological goal, if that's what's meant, is like, do we share the same long-term ideological goal? The answer would be no. Hasan and I don't share the long-term ideological goal. That's also true of other conservatives. That's true of me and Connor points. That's true of a bunch of people. Got it. If that's what you mean by tent, let's not change it. Long-term ideological goals. Understood. Now what though? Because we could have very different long-term ideological goals. Bill Clinton has very different long-term ideological goals to Zoran Mamdani. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why there was an issue with Zoran Mamdani for some people.
For some people, but there's some notion that they're both quote unquote in the tent. So whatever this concept of in the tent is, it's not just ideological in terms of long-term goals, because it's able to withstand a humongous difference.
You're doing the thing I said you would do. You're trying to make it again as vague as possible so that there is no actual way to determine anything. But good job.
No, hang on. That's exactly what I'm not doing.
You agree that like some people don't.
No. I'm finding an issue in terms of how this terminology is being applied. That is to say, it's allowing for massive differences in ideological end states. Example, Mamdani and Bill Clinton. Here's the tension. Everyone seems to agree, or at least most people seem to agree, that both of these people are in the tent. So what I'm pointing out is a conceptual problem, that how the term is being applied isn't consistent with with an example, in that there seems to be something else that is being meant by in the tent other than long-term ideological goal. That's what I'm calling out. I'm not trying to make this a useless conversation. I'm trying to cash out what we mean by the term.
So that's why, that's why I keep trying to like point out these like extremes. Mao, Nick Fuentes, like people who are far out there. Again, I agree that there's going to be like a gray area on the edges where like some people, again, who are farther left, their like edge is going to be farther left than mine, and like that is just going to be the case. There will be subjectivity on the edges, but that there are a lot where they're just clear because they're that far outside, and there's a lot that are very clear because they're that close to us in the middle.
I'm not doing a Sortes paradox. What I want to make clear is I am not doing a Sortes paradox. I'm not saying that, well, you can't perfectly define each line, therefore,
do you want control from the top down, or do you want to change from the bottom up?
Doing. That is not what I'm doing.
But
I'm not saying this.
Okay, but you agree that not everybody views Mamdani as in the tent,
there are clear
right?
cases, and yes, there are clear cases, and there are unclear cases. All right, ideologically, right? Mamdani and Bill Clinton; those are clear cases where you have major, significant ideological differences in terms of the end goal. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is Mamdani part of the tent?
That's why I'm saying not everybody agrees Mamdani is part of the tent.
I'm asking you, Tom.
For me, I would say I don't know. I don't know. I feel like
we have a socialist who wants to who's quoting Eugene Debs, and by the way, who campaigned partially with Hasan Piker, and we're not clear whether they'd have similar enough ideological end goals such that they're in or out of the tent?
Well, I think Mamdani personally is a bit of an issue because of the long-term like end goals of Mamdani. I don't think it's fair to say that his end goals align with someone like Tom's, because I think he has made it clear he is pretty much a socialist. But I think in terms of like, is he a net positive? The other criteria that Tom was going by, is he a net positive for the party itself right now? And does he support candidates? Does he want to work with people in the Democratic Party? Then he ticks those boxes. So I think a lot of people would say,
was he the lesser of? Wait, hold on, wait, one more thing, wait, hold on, I'll let you finish, but one more important thing is that whether or not he was the lesser of two evils in that election, like that was a very important part as well.
Yeah,
that sounds more similar to what I've been hearing, just to be clear.
You can also, hang on, just let me quickly finish. Those are like some of the criteria where you would be like, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But then there's also like the tent, if you want to make it as broad as just the left. I don't think anyone on planet fucking Earth would look at Mamdani and say he's not on the left. He's on the left of the spectrum of politics. He's on the left. It just depends how far. So like if you want to keep broadening this term, the left, and make the tent just the left, then a lot of people are going to fit there, including majority of people who know of Hasan are going to put him on the left. I don't think the Democrats are.
I'm not broadening anything. I'm just trying to understand the term. So there's some notion of the term the tent, which is indexed to Democrats. There's some versions of this concept that seem to be linked with the left. I'm trying to understand which version we're using. Okay, so the tent with respect to we're talking about the tent with respect to the Democratic Party. All right. And the question about whether you're in or outside the tent seems to be linked somewhat to your ideological. Oh, so now we're literally equivocating. So this is what I mean by moving target, right?
Because Tom is a content creator who has his own platform. Yes. So I think Tom is talking about his platform and his ideological like coalitions, which makes sense. He is talking about it on his channel with another content creator and about the alt media space. I think he's made that very
so then we are so then you're just saying, yes, Tom is using a different concept of the tent than I'm using. That's what I mean by moving target. We're not talking about the same thing. So I'm not trying to, I'm not broadening the concept. You guys are self-admitting you're using different concepts.
Are you talking about just Dems in general? Because I think majority of people in this conversation, like someone like Hutch,
I'm not using this tent thing. I'm asking you guys what fucking concept you're using. I'm not using the concept. I think it's stupid and vague and people are unclear about it. And that's evidenced by you guys admitting you're using different concepts.
Sure. When the conversation first started, the conversation was about content creators like Hasan, and the conversation was about whether or not those people were in a coalition. And the conversation was very clearly about content creators and how they use their platforms and what it is they're using their platforms for. And that is like what I've said from the beginning, is that I'm talking about goals of platforms, who it is that I associate with, that I that I would talk about, viewers in a very different way. I would talk about politicians in a very different way.
Oh, so when you were talking about tent, you were talking about like the Tom tent.
Clarify real quick.
Yeah, okay. There's a notion of tent that could be, or coalition, that could be indexed to Tom's network, or people who Tom engages with, and whether you're in a tent is somehow relative to Tom. Or there's a notion of in the tent with respect to Democrats, the Democratic Party.
No. So when I'm talking about like liberal content creators.
He's a liberal content creator. That's what he's talking about. It's not actually that hard to understand. You're just being weirdly autistic.
Dude, are you, so now this is the third tent, right? So there was one, I'm going to count them. The Democratic Party tent. There was the Tom tent concept, and now I guess you're clarifying that by
as a liberal
Tom
content
tent.
creator. That's only two tents we're talking about here.
I did say that at the beginning as well. Is that is liberal,
the tent with respect to liberal online creators. So whether you should be considered part of the liberal online creator sphere, that seems to be limiting, man. That is not how people are using this term in this way. In this discourse, the discourse has to do with like the future of Democrats, not exclusively to online content creators.
Well, it has to do with what it is that content creators are advocating for as far as the future of Democrats.
Yeah, in line with the party. This is a kind of, as I view, like, the
party that they want.
Right. But it's indexed to a party or some sort of notion of what the party should be. It's not self-standing. It's linked to the party and results in elections. And so I don't think it's exclusive of the party. Yes. I think that Mantis is correct that whatever this is, it's related to the party, even for the online version of it. I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like when I'm talking about my goals as a political content creator and a political influencer and what it is that I want to achieve with this and what it is that I hope to do and how I want to influence people, that is what everybody's talking about, where they're talking about what it is they would like to influence people to believe, to where they would use that sort of thought process to vote for politicians, and that this is like the direction they would like the party to go in. That is what everybody is talking about. They're talking about online content creators, the alternative media, and how this influences people.
They're applying this notion of coalition to online creators. But I'm just going to ask you, like, what's the name of the tent? The tent has a name on it. What would that name be? The tent. They're applying the tent for sure to online creators to assess creators, but I'm not sure that it's limited to just creators. I think the tent is something more akin to the political movement, the political party, and we're assessing online creators to be in the tent or not. But what's the name of the tent?
I don't know. I remember a panel on Wix where Destiny was there, and people brought up like AOC. They brought up, I don't remember who he was talking to, but I remember
about politicians.
They kept bringing up politicians,
politicians
and he kept saying, "We're not talking about
politicians."
No, and he kept saying, we're not talking about politicians. We're talking about content creators. I remember watching one debate on Hutch's where he had to keep clarifying as well. We're talking about content creators and like who it is, how like we associate with each other, who we consider to be on our team. And so this is how I have conceptualized this as well when it comes to the coalition and what it is that's being built. Like, this is what I'm talking about is the content creators.
So you don't think this notion of coalitionness or being in the coalition is applying to anyone other than content creators? And so like no one is questioning whether politicians are in a coalition?
Politicians are in a coalition. It's just when they're talking about whether or not Hasan is in the coalition, they're talking about content creators.
Okay. I doubt that. I think someone needs to write this down.
Again,
this
it's just about how they influence the Democrat Party moving forward.
To be in the coalition means X, Y, and or Z. That's what someone needs. Someone needs to write down what is meant by being in the coalition. You are in the coalition if you do or are any of these X, Y, Z It could be multiple of them. They could be conjoined. It can be multiple different criteria, so sufficient conditions. Someone needs to write down what the fuck this concept is. Is it only limited to online creators?
Is not. It's really not that complicated. I know that it is complicated in terms of, because the conversation is about where people want the Democratic Party to go. So it is about Democrats. I don't know why Tom can't just say that it is about Democrats.
Obviously.
That is the big, large label that if you had to put a label on what the conversation is, basically about.
Hold on, that's not what he's asking. Hold on, wait, Mantis, that's not what he's asking. He's asking when we talk about who.
Holy fucking
I'm sorry.
dude.
When we're talking about that's not what Pisco's asking though. He's saying when we're talking about who is in the coalition, whether or not who is in the coalition is about Democrats. That's what he's saying. When you say, "Oh, it is about Democrats," he's not saying, "Oh, we're not saying, well, you want to influence the Democrat Party in the future." That's not what he's talking about. When he says it's about Democrats, he's saying it's about who is in the. Yeah.
So it is opaque because you guys are fucking arguing about it. So don't tell me it's simple. You guys are fighting viciously with each other.
No.
Her and I are saying the same thing.
No, you're not. You're fucking not. You're fighting. How can you say you're not? You're saying the same thing. You're definitely not saying the same thing.
I'm clarifying what you're saying to her. I'm saying that she's confused on what you're saying.
Cope.
Okay, so
I literally just said that when you say who,
to make it pretty simple, I do think that you could easily just put that it's about the Democrats. Okay, it is. Just put that fucking big label.
Yeah, it's No, I think that's. I think Mantis is completely
that we're having about the coalition is about who is I guess under the big label, or who's in part of the. I think the conversation that's happening with you and Hutch and Tom right now is about content creators in their ideological space.
They're applying it to content creators.
They want the Democratic Party going, and so therefore who they think is in the coalition because they share the long-term goals towards that. I do think that. That's what I don't know.
Yes. Correct.
I think Mantis, you have it mostly right. Yeah, I agree that the term is being applied to content creators to assess whether they're in or out of the tent. But the notion of the tent, right? I agree. We're applying this tent label to online creators, and maybe there's even a different standard in terms of tentness that we would apply to creators versus politicians versus individual voters. I'm not saying that that's everyone is applied with the same standard, never even implied that. But the tent itself, whether you're in the tent or not in the tent, has to do basically with some form of compatibility with a standard. And that standard is in virtue of the party, the Democratic Party. Or it relates to the Democratic
whole
Party.
Conversation is about where this whole conversation is about the direction of the party. It's not about saying, do you want to be in the current status quo as it is right now, Democrat Party? It's about where we're taking the Democratic Party in the future, which is coming up pretty fucking fast after this whole Trump fucking bullshit that you Americans are so retarded that you let happen. But this is what the conversation is. It's not about the current Democratic Party and fitting in with it now. It's about where the Democratic Party now is going to move towards in the future. And I think this is where I think the big problem is when you do talk to people on the further left, is they think that they're the only ones advocating for a different Democratic Party, but they're just radical about it. They want radical change, whereas someone like a centrist lib, we still want. I guess I would put myself there if I was going to have to. It's we still want some changes. We still want a future Democratic Party that's different. We're just not willing to go to the extremes that maybe someone like Hasan wants. Obviously, he doesn't even want a Democratic Party. Let's be fair. He wants something completely different. So that's why he's completely out of the coalition. But somebody like Emma Vigeland or the Majority Report, the Democratic Party that they're pushing towards or that they want to get away from is really the way that they advertise it. They don't like this Democratic Party. They want a completely different.
They don't like the status quo. Wait. They don't like.
But libs aren't necessarily saying that they like the status quo either.
Correct.
They're saying that they want it to change in a different way. That's what this whole conversation is about.
Asking,
party.
Right. So the question of coalition has to be do you adhere to some standard, some minimum threshold standard? I think we can agree on that. It's about whether
and we already agreed on that many times. So I don't want to hear it's so vague. I don't know, because that's been repeated on.
It is vague. Yeah, it is vague. It is vague. But I want to
How
continue.
so?
So
Okay,
okay,
well, I think
I'll tell you
across
how.
the board, I think most people would say that number one, if you had to just pick out of all the people that you've maybe talked to, or the ones that at least I've watched, the content creators I've watched, they would all say you need to support the candidate in the general, not just in the primary.
Yeah.
No?
So no, that it hasn't been sufficient for coalitionness as a condition supporting the
That's
candidate,
one.
because we
It's
have
not the only
examples.
one.
Okay, so then there's more sussing out that needs to be done. The concept isn't fully elaborated by saying, do you support the
Well, how
candidate?
about
That isn't a
two?
full
The next step,
elaboration of the
which I think
concept.
you've talked to Hutch about this. You've talked to other people about this. I've seen conversations about this. How about number two is that they are a net positive for the Dems
Are you like
in
floating
terms of
that, or are you saying
optics,
that's what?
in terms of,
If you're floating it, then it seems like the concept hasn't been fully fleshed out yet. So we
well,
can
you just
like,
literally
yeah.
had a 3-hour conversation with Tom about it, and he definitely fleshed it out for you.
What I'm saying is, like, it's opaque. It needs fleshing out. We need to have, like, the concept has not been fully fleshed out. It's something to do with adhering to a certain standard and some, like, being sufficiently close to Democrats in proximity. That's some of it. Some of
I
it is
agree.
also maybe like good faith or bad faith. Some of it might be also, are you willing to endorse or not? I'm trying to flesh it out, and I think it needs to be fleshed out.
So I think part of the issue is that obviously if Donald Trump ran as a Democrat, that supporting the Democrat like candidate would not be like the thing that people are pushing for in that scenario. It's not just any and all Democrat,
right? So there's an ideological core to it,
time, right? Yes, of course. And so obviously that's why when I'm like talking about content creators, that there is a goal in mind that you're looking for. There is an ideology that is
right.
that is part of this.
But Tom, can we pause right there, because it's a really important point. If there's some sort of ideological core involved in all of this, as a criterion, then I think it stands to reason that if we're going to judge someone as being like far away, or outside of the coalition, we would have to assess whether they're close to this core with some kind of like grounding for what that core is. And that core, I think,
well, I think for Hutch and Destiny,
wait, let me just finish this.
For Hutch and Destiny, though.
Let me just finish this, please. If the core of the ideological core of the Democratic coalition criteria is going to mean anything, surely it cannot be in contradiction with where the majority of party members stand.
So for Destiny and Hutch, the core part was stopping Donald Trump and his coalition. That was their main thing. That was their whole thing, is like whether or not you are furthering this goal of stopping Trump and his coalition. That was what they were talking about. I think that is a bit like short-sighted and narrow, and that's why I'm like giving like a more defined aspect of this that says Donald Trump is already outside of this and already antithetical to these views, which is why he would already like this, right, would Tom, already be against.
I appreciate what you're doing there. Yeah. So I actually agree that Hutch couches it in terms of anti-MAGAism, and I'm not even like necessarily thinking that that's like, if there's going to be a core to Democrats, at least one aspect of it, I might even agree with Hutch there. But you are just admitting that you're using a different concept than Hutch is, and so we're floating around with this concept of in the coalition, and on your own view, you're using a different concept than Hutch, because what you take to be one of the ideological cores of that driving what the tent is, even though you might like decide that the same people are in the tent, is fundamentally based on a different principle than whatever Hutch is. You're saying that almost like Hutch's principle is irrelevant. So by definition, you're using a different concept than Hutch is.
I don't think so. I think that I'm just giving a more defined idea of it. I think it is the same overall. It's just
the same.
It is more defined.
I thought you said that the anti-Trumpism can't be the ideological core. How can it be the same?
Well, I'm saying that that is not as fleshed out as what it is that I'm saying, but that they would be the same.
If there are additional criterion, then it's different. It's either the same or it's different. If there's more specificity, it's different.
Okay. In the upcoming election,
do you think Hutch would agree with it?
Yes, I'm saying that like
I think Hutch would say someone like Joe Manchin, so long as he supports the party, and someone like the Vanguard, so long as they support the candidate unequivocally, are in the MAGA era, are in the coalition.
Yeah, but again, I do think personally, I think when Hutch has this conversation, he's just talking about the party.
No, but yeah, so Hutch has said on Lib Learn, Marxists should be in the coalition. Do you understand Hutch said that? So clearly you guys are working on a different concept.
Yeah, I would disagree with that.
Yeah, then yeah, we're working on a different concept then, yeah.
Someone says not
Well,
true.
Tom-
That is exactly what he said. He said, I think some Marxists and socialists should be in the coalition. He did.
He said socialists should be in the coalition.
Yes, yes.
I think personally, like someone like Tom, if I know Tom well enough, that goes against his long-term, like that goes against his ideological long-term goals. And I think if people were actually honest, then they weren't playing these fucking hypothetical cringe games where you get backed into a corner and you have to give the most reductive, simplistic answer that you possibly can to just try and like make that tent that thing that just fits as many people inside of it because you're just being cringe. I think most people would say no to Marxists. I genuinely think that most people, like with an ideological center left or liberal leaning, are probably capitalists. I think that they're happy with some socialist things, but I don't think they know what the word socialist means. I don't think they understand what the ideology socialism is, and that it is just anti-capitalist. And if they were actually told exactly what it is, they wouldn't want to be in that coalition. They would disagree with that coalition.
Whether the Marxists understand it or not is different. Hang on a second. So someone is accusing me of saying this is false, and I will just grab it for you. This quote. Give me a second. You guys can talk real quick.
Well, I do think that this whole like socialist, tanky, blah, blah, all these like labels that have been throwing around have muddied the waters a lot. But I think that majority of people that call themselves socialists aren't anti-capitalists. They're just retarded dem socks who just want some socialist policies. But like the term "I am a socialist," I want socialist things, Marxist things. That's just anti-capitalist. Like, so if anyone was educated, but we're talking about a population of people who are just uneducated on this shit. So of course they're gonna just they're just gonna think it's all on the left. So who gives a fuck? Grab them all. Like most people at this point in the American electoral, like the whole scene right now, they just want to fucking get in power because it is so bad having Trump and his people in power. That is where most people are at. They're probably happy to just take whatever the fuck they can get just to get in power. But I think if you actually ask people, do you want to throw away the capitalist system in favor of a socialist one? I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't like in totality. Like,
wait, I have the quote. This is what Hutch said. This is about Mamdani and being in the coalition. He says, this is in reference to Mamdani. So like, he's the perfect example of like, I don't broadly hate socialists or dislike socialists. What I dislike is people that are kind of delusional in what they think is possible. And he just, that is Mamdani, doesn't fit that mold. And so, does it really matter if he were up to him, like every proletariat would own the means of production? Not really. If he recognizes the limitation and just does what he can within the current framework to deliver good results for his constituents, then I kind of don't give a fuck if he's like a Marxist.
Okay, that is exactly what I fucking said. Where I said he is happy with Mamdani, not happy with socialists or socialism.
No, that's not what I said. No, but Mamdani's in the coalition. This is just, oh my God.
Socialism. He can't have socialism. He's pragmatic enough to know that, and he's happy to work within the current system to get whatever changes he can get.
This is just a logical entailment, all right? Hutch thinks that Mamdani is a Marxist and a socialist. Hutch thinks Mamdani is in the coalition. Hence, Hutch is okay with socialists and Marxists being a part of the coalition. It just follows. That just follows.
I understand that, but there's a framework around that. There are caveats.
Oh my God.
Absolutely, there are caveats.
I'm not saying that every socialist and Marxist. I'm not saying that Hutch would be okay with any socialist and Marxist.
I don't think Hutch would be okay with the ideological long-term goal being Marxism or socialism.
Okay,
he just said he would be. He just said he would be. I just quoted from him.
Hold on. Hold on. So there's a differentiation here. So like obviously people were talking a little while ago about whether or not it would be okay to have somebody who is pro-life as a Democrat, and whether or not it's okay to vote for those people, right? Obviously they disagree with them, but when that person is like that is like one thing that they stand us, you know, that
Tom,
they
shut the fuck up right now.
from regular Democrats. Hold on.
We are going to resolve this.
Shut up. No, hold on. Shut up. That this is one thing that they differentiate on, okay? If for overall they're voting with Democrats, that this is somebody that they would view as a lesser evil. So I agree that, like, I think that he would say that that person who is pro-life or Marxist, that these people would be part of the coalition. Obviously, it's not part of his ideology. It's not part of his like long-term goals for the party. But based on like different areas, as long as like New York City ends up with a Democrat mayor who by far majority will agree with Democrats,
even if he's a Marxist,
Hutch is okay with that. Yes.
Even if he's a Marxist. Yes. Okay. So it's just a logical entailment, guys. All right. If it's the case that Mamdani is a Marxist, okay, then Hutch is okay with Mamdani with Marxist in the coalition.
He's okay with a pragmatic socialist who can't get the socialism he wants.
Stop. You don't want to let me finish because you know it's true. If it's the case then that Mamdani is a Marxist, then Hutch is okay with Marxists being in the coalition. Mamdani is, on Hutch's view, a Marxist, or at least a socialist. And he's okay, therefore, with Marxists and socialists being in the coalition. He says he doesn't care if he's a Marxist or not. It just logically is entailed, therefore.
Yeah, because he's showing that he's a pragmatic Democrat.
Oh, okay. It just logically entailed that Hutch is okay with Marxists being a part of the coalition. You understand that just logically follows, right?
No, I don't think so. I disagree with you.
I'm quoting from Hutch. If he's willing to work in the current framework to deliver good results for the constituents, then I kind of don't give a fuck if he's like a Marxist.
Yes, I understand. I'm disagreeing with you. I think you're extrapolating. That's what I think you're doing.
Do you think that there's not a logical entailment to what I'm saying? Is that what you mean by extrapolation? It is necessarily required.
That's what I think. I think there's a logical entailment if you're a retard. I think you're ignoring the very clear fucking implications from what he's saying. And they're not even implications. They're explicit
Is Mamdani in the tent? Wait.
Pragmatic, and because he can't get his socialists, he actually is willing to work, and he's pragmatic and practical, and he understands he has to work within the framework that is here.
That's totally irrelevant. Yeah, he can condition it however he wants. And I agree that those conditions are there, but they're just irrelevant to the point. If Mamdani, you agree, Hutch thinks Mamdani's in the coalition, correct?
I don't think he would just say blanket.
Yes, no, he said Mamdani's in the coalition. He said it.
I didn't say that, did I? I said.
Okay, so do you agree or not?
Give every Marxist a pass.
I didn't say he said that. I didn't say he said that either. Let's just get it clear. Do you agree that Hutch says that Mamdani is in the coalition? No, I'm not implying it at all. In fact, I specifically said that I'm not saying that. So let's just get it clear. You agree Hutch believes Mamdani's in the coalition. Agreed?
Yes, I agree that Mamdani's in the coalition. I would put Mamdani in the coalition, given what he's said and done.
And Mamdani's a socialist, agreed?
To a degree. I don't know if I agree with his ideological long term, but I do think he's a Dem. That's what
he's a socialist, isn't he?
I think so.
He cited Eugene Debs. Yes. So on that view, socialists can be in the coalition. Now, Hutch added an additional thing. He said he didn't care if he's a Marxist. So he would be okay with a Marxist being in the coalition. On that view, it just logically follows.
What the fuck is it?
No,
I don't. Mamdani as a singular person is not. I just want to be clear that my disagreement is I don't think Hutch would give a blanket pass to Marxists in general.
I didn't say he gave a blanket pass.
He's talking about like a short-term goals versus long-term goals. When they're talking about stopping Trump and his coalition right now, they're talking about getting anybody who's going to be more closer to the Democrat side. Obviously, yes, when you're talking about long-term goals, Mamdani would not be part of it. But yes, right now, yes, they want people who are going to be closer to Democrats and fight against Trump. That's all they care about.
Pretty much.
He says it doesn't really matter if it were up to him. Every proletariat would own the means of production. He doesn't care if that's your long-term goal. These are Hutch's words, man. I mean, it just necessarily logically follows that if he's indifferent as to whether or not Mamdani is a Marxist and he views Mamdani as being in the coalition, then he's that at least it's possible for Marxists to be in the coalition. That just follows.
So when you discuss it, so I'm just like, let's just bring this to Pisco then. So when you discuss this topic, if you ever do, because I don't think you want to or have, maybe, I don't know, I haven't watched. But if you're going to discuss this topic, you're talking about the Democratic Party. You're not talking about as a content creator on my platform, right? You're just talking about
use this concept. I don't understand it. I don't understand this concept. I think this concept is opaque to me. I'm trying to get clarity on it. The concept of in the tent or in the coalition. I don't use it.
Okay, so you don't understand the conversation of where the future of the Democratic Party is going.
No, I mean, I understand that in vague terms that it's like what ideology should be in line with, but it just doesn't seem to be.
Then you can have the conversation. You're just being purposely obtuse.
No. I'm saying I don't understand the term, the concept at play when people talk about in the coalition or in the tent. That's what I don't understand.
And you haven't like created one of your own to make it more like. You haven't done that yourself. You're just waiting.
I can try to, but if in the tent means willing to vote for the candidate, then I understand it and I can use it. And on that account, like,
have you tried to talked about like what you consider the coalition to be?
I don't use it because I think it's vague and stupid.
Yeah, again, he's saying he doesn't consider.
What's that?
Well,
go on.
I was just going to say, I use the concept in so much as other people try to give a meaning for it. So when people say, you're in the coalition if you're willing to support the candidate, I can work with that concept. And then it's just like trivial. Okay, then the only thing it takes for you to be in the coalition is to endorse the candidate. And now I can work with that concept. If the concept is something like long-term ideological goals, I can work with that concept too. But people don't, when I hear the concepts repeated to me, I will find some way in which how it's used doesn't seem to map on to whatever it is that people are presenting to me. So, for example, in terms of the long-term ideological goals, like Mamdani, this was what I used. I said, well, Mamdani has very different long-term ideological goals. He has a socialist world vision and worldview, and yet he's in the coalition. So it can't be the case that people are using the concept of long-term ideological goals as the distinguisher for in the tent or not, unless they're willing to accept that socialist goals are not in conflict with liberal goals.
Yeah, so I understand where the divergence was. The point that I was trying to say is that if we're talking about whether or not they are like their rhetoric is beneficial towards that goal of like getting Democrats elected or making people excited to go vote for Democrats or getting people getting some energy behind the Democrat Party and like making people feel like this is something they need to do. Like this is I think when they talk about somebody like Emma Bigland, who might say that she's going to vote for Democrats, but that she's not actually doing anything to further that goal with her platform and the way that she talks about it, that like that would be a negative in terms of getting people to go vote for Democrats.
Yeah, if you just say net negative or net, if what we mean by in the coalition is, are you a net negative or net positive for the Democratic Party? I can work with that concept, but then I'm just like, okay, number one, it's not empirically intuitive to me, many of these sample cases in terms of net harm, net positive, net whatever, right? Like I almost think that Joe Biden was a net harm to Democrats' electoral chances in the 2024, but no one would say he's not in the coalition. And similar things for other types of people who are well-meaning, but are nonetheless a net negative. Perhaps if you buy the Liz Cheney thing, I don't really think she had much of an influence, but let's assume that you did, even though she was definitely willing to be brave, stick her neck out and do laudable things in the defense of the Republic and endorse Kamala Harris. No one, if she actually had the effect of lowering chances, I guess she wouldn't be in the coalition. That doesn't seem to be tracking how people are using the in the coalition thing. In the coalition does seem to be rooted to some amount of good faith and some amount of ideological coherence. So there's something there in terms of ideological end state. There's something there in terms of good faith, bad faith, subjective intentions when it comes to Democrats that doesn't seem to be captured by just like net negative, net positive. But I don't grasp it because it's not made clear to me. And people seem to be talking past each other and using different concepts.
Of that? What's an example of like somebody where, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So if you just view things in terms of net negative, net positive to Democrats, number one, it's not clear that Hasan wouldn't be one or the other. Interacting with him wouldn't be one or the other in terms of net positive, net negative. That's going to be cashed out in terms of electoral results, perhaps in terms of approval. And people, it's not clear to me that even if you could prove Hasan would have a net positive effect on Democrats' electoral chances, that people would say he's in the coalition, right? Even if you could prove that, like, okay, he's a marginal benefit to certain Democrats just because he gets their name out there. But otherwise, he's still lying. He's still
because they view him as like anti-Semitic. That they still wouldn't.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem to be tracking that. Like, if you could, so example of this, right? If you could prove to Hutch that, okay, grant everything about Hasan, but it's still the case that there's just a tiny but marginal benefit to Democrats who go on his platform, do you still think he would say he's in the coalition? No. Right? And I think that's similar to a lot of these Hasan haters. It doesn't matter to them that.
Because then it does come down to a values and ideological thing.
Right.
Like, I mean, obviously this is predicated on.
That's why it's opaque to me.
I don't know why this isn't like. I do think this is an ideological thing. I don't know if that's even in. I think that if you had to make it like as simple and as easy to delineate, people are saying, you know, if you support the candidate or not. But I don't think that's all of it. I just think that is a very easy way to like draw the line and to get people to understand. Just like it's just a simplification, because obviously the conversation branches out from there. Like it's not abnormal to then like go down the ideological pathway. Obviously.
To be clear, that is why I said that what I'm saying is a more defined version of what it is that they're saying. They're like, exactly. I agree that like, yes, they are generally saying that it's about supporting the candidate, but overall it's going to be about like whether or not somebody aligns with their platform and what it is that they're trying to achieve.
I'm willing to accept that like support for the candidate is just a heuristic or something. And it's not like determinative. Yeah. It's just like very strong evidence for something, but that just still makes the something elusive to me, right? I can agree that it's not just defined in terms of endorsement, and I think that's true. But it's
always, in some way, it's always going to be somewhat elusive because the game of politics is a shifting window. It is always shifting and moving, and the whims of the many are trying to like create wherever the fuck that each of these parties go.
The concept should be clear. You know, I agree that application could be unclear. No doubt about that. But the concept should be clear to me. Like I should understand what to me the concept of I don't know what to say. Like a chair is relatively clear, but there are some cases where like, fuck, I don't know. Is a horse a chair? I mean, I guess not, right? That's not how the term is used, but there are some things that are like really fuzzy cases, but the concept generally is, I'm able to grasp it, but here I'm having trouble even grasping like the clear cases and what are the criterion by which we measure like the archetypal in the coalition. And on what grounds are they in the coalition?
It's not that unclear. Like for me, it is like supporting the candidate in the general, not just the primary, and it is like your general rhetoric about the Democrats. I just think for me, it's very easy to listen to somebody and hear whether it's constructive criticism or whether it's just fucking hating. Like I don't think it's hard. I understand that it's hard to explicitly define that, but I don't think that's hard to register when you watch someone's content or you watch something. I don't think that's difficult.
So
this is just to be clear. In the this is hold on, wait. Just to be clear, this is why I drew like lines of like extremes when I'm talking about Mao, when I'm talking about like Fuentes, when I'm talking about all these different people. Is that I'm saying that like they're obviously like Mom Donnie does not like align with everything that I believe in my ideology, but I'm still willing to like vote for him and advocate for him because he is going to be like the lesser of two evils and detrimental to MAGA in the moment. There is a line somewhere out there where people draw it and say, okay, that gets like too extreme to where this is now like it is antithetical to my platform. It is no longer just like even close enough for me to feel like this person would fall within the coalition. But I feel like I know that you keep saying you're not like getting into like Loki's wager or anything, but it does feel like that is your issue, where the line is drawn.
So I'll explain the difference, right? So the line drawing to me, that's fine. You can have hard cases and easy cases. The metric is what's difficult to me, right? For like, for example, when does a pile of pebbles turn into like a mountain or something, right? I don't know the exact line, but I know what the kind of metric is like how big is it, right? Or when does a puddle become a lake? I can't tell you exactly which mole of water it becomes a lake, but I can tell you in general the kinds of things we're looking for. We look for the size, how much water it is, right? The amount of it, and that's the concept that I can grasp. Same thing with all of these cases, right? To me, it's clear what moves you along the line towards.
I understand, but then why isn't this clear enough when I say like their morals, their ideology, like aligning with you and your values
like
and your platform? Like, why?
Right,
why?
Because
why isn't it clear that they
it would
will
be like
have
this,
a
right?
like blurred line?
So I'll tell you why, right?
Or
It would be like
saying, subjective
well,
to an extent.
I'll tell you why, right? So I'll tell you why, right? The reason why, because then you're just saying like some amount of proximity to an archetype, and this archetype is described in these ways. That would be fine for me, and I would understand that concept, right? But when you have a clearly established in examples of like in the coalition, and all of a sudden you have someone who is less ideologically aligned with you, who's not in the coalition, now there's a conceptual problem, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's say that I'm not saying that you believe this, all right? Let's say that we decided that Liz Cheney was definitely in the coalition, okay? Let's just assume that she was definitely in the coalition, okay?
In 2024 or whatever?
In 2024, right? Let's assume for now. And then all of a sudden you tell me, well, Emma Vigeland, she's not in the coalition. All of a sudden I have a conceptual problem because I would say, on your own view, Emma Vigeland is closer to you in terms of ideological coherence in proximity than Liz Cheney. And so it can't just be that proximity in terms of ideological coherence is doing the work here.
No. I would say that Liz Cheney is actually going out and advocating and like trying to get people to vote for Kamala.
That's different than ideological coherence. That's different than
sure.
Just an example.
I agree.
Why it's not a Sorties paradox.
I agree. But that's what I'm saying is that we're like, if Liz Cheney isn't so immoral or so horrible or so extreme to where she doesn't fall outside of the tent, but she is going and advocating for Kamala to get elected. But then Emma Vigeland she is not like, she's also not so immoral and so horrible that she would fall outside of the camp. But she isn't, she seems to like be so anti-democrat in her rhetoric that this is harming whether or not people vote for Kamala within her audience, that she would end up falling outside of that.
Okay, so I understand that right now you can add additional criterion. I'm not even saying that your criterion are like wrong or whatever, these additional criterion, but I'm just telling you why it's not a Sorties paradox, because it's not that I'm saying you need to tell me the exact line where something becomes it. I'm noticing, okay, there's a criteria, but it's not fully explaining this concept. There's additional criteria that we need to cash out. That's why it's a moving target, because like maybe there is some summation of all the different necessary and sufficient conditions, or enough of them to make this clear to me. But like that's why it's not one of these Sorties paradox. You can say it's ideological coherence and also minimum enthusiasm for the party, or minimum enthusiasm for the party platform, or the complete exclusion of unfair bad faith dem bashing or something like that, right? You could add a bunch of criterion and make sense of all these different cases. And even I might say, okay, that's a concept that I now fully grasp and make sense of the cases. But the more extravagant and the more particularized whatever your concept is to make sense of the different cases, the more implausible I think is what's being used by people across different commentaries and discussions about the coalition, right? The more narrow you make your rule, say, well, it's this plus that plus this and that. It doesn't seem like everyone is working with the same parts. It doesn't seem like everyone is working from the same ideological base, and it doesn't seem like everyone is agreed on what these shared criteria are that make sense of the rule. That's why I'm I don't know.
Okay, so if I say they are beneficial to getting Democrats elected and getting the lesser of two evils elected, as long as they don't fall outside of this like moral capacity for me to work with them.
In ideological terms or interpersonal terms, or both?
Ideological.
Okay. So
like moral, yeah.
Got it. So they're within a band of ideological coherence, and they're a net benefit, or they're largely beneficial to the Democratic Party and they fit within a band of ideological acceptability or something like that.
Or at least not a net negative, but yeah.
I think an issue with that is going to be in terms of how people treat intention versus non-intention. There we have the Biden problem, or someone who's well-meaning and but just is a net negative for the Democrats, let's say in electoral terms in a given time period. And if you don't accept Biden, if you say, okay, we'll add additional criteria. If you're the current Democratic leader, you can't not be in the coalition or something. Then you got to make sense of the Donald Trump hypotheticals or Donald Trump for whatever reason.
Hang on, are you saying like, wasn't Biden kicked out of the party?
No, he wasn't kicked out of the party. He resigned from being the nominee.
I mean, he
left you're saying
because
that Biden
he had
wasn't a net positive,
right? In terms of what he did, right? In terms of the 2024 election.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but you can just take it as a hypothetical. Assume that you have a well-meaning person, and a lot of people were saying this of individuals like Ezra, of other New York Times columnists, of George Clooney. Right? George Clooney was well-meaning, but people were saying you're blowing our chances of the Democrats by keeping a talk about Biden's age, and so you guys are actually hurting us. And let's say you actually agree with them. You took the Wick position. You're a Biden dead ender, and you think that switching to Kamala was a huge mistake. Then you have to make sense of these people who, even though they subjectively wanted to win the election, they were well-meaning, but on your view, they were hurtful for the Democratic odds. And I think most people would say, okay, well, George Clooney's still in the coalition. He wanted to help Democrats. He just
okay, so that's when you say a good faith attempt.
Right. So now you have to adjust it and say,
I understand that.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like, we have to calibrate this concept to really make sense of how people are using it. I think it has to do more with like, I am more thoughtful that it's like in Mantis's view, where Mantis, I think, is correct in saying it has to do ultimately with some amount of ideology. And although, Tom, you're mentioning things like good faith criticism and subjectiveness and whether you are unfairly dem bashing, I think that's also part of it.
Well, again,
in other words, I think it has to do with...
I totally separate a politician from content creators. I think that when we're talking about in the coalition, we're talking about content creators. Now, whether or not like who it is you're voting for, but I do agree that when Hutch talks about this, I do remember now somebody asking him whether or not Fetterman was part of the coalition, and he said yes. And I was like, wait, what? He's a fucking politician. Yeah. Why the fuck would he be part? That's not what we're talking about. So I do agree that,
is what some people are talking about. That's what I mean.
It's like confusing way.
Individuals might be very clear about what they're talking about coalition. To be honest, I'm just going to be a little bold here. I think a lot of people, what this coalition talk is just signaling about whether or not you think someone's bad or good. I really do think that
is fine.
Like,
is there anything wrong with that though? I feel like that
not
is
necessarily.
Politics.
No, not necessarily.
From top to bottom.
No, but just be clear. Like, but then it just really is okay. Hasan is bad, and then I'm like, okay, Hasan bad. That's fine if that's what you mean. But there should be something else to it.
Well, there's obviously more to it. I understand that it's easy. You can reduce it down to a virtue signal of this person bad, this person good. You can do that with everything. So I don't even know why you bother bringing that up.
No. I mean, saying something good or bad is different than saying, like, for example, policy coherence, saying something like good faith or bad faith, something like net positive for Democrats. It's a different metric because good or bad is more totalizing. It's not with respect to Democrats. It's not having to do with policy coherence. Someone could be good even though they're ideologically bad overall. So, like, they're different things.
Nobody thinks about it like that. You're just being autistic.
Well, no, I mean, I
don't even think you know what you're talking about.
Like, I think Hutch is saying things in a confusing way. But I
don't think Hutch is being confusing.
What
I think of anyone, Hutch is the most clear. Hutch says you're in the coalition if you support the Democratic candidate. You could say that that's like a too limiting criteria, but it's clear to me.
No. I'm saying that yes. I'm saying it's confusing when he all of a sudden starts to include politicians, because from when I watched these conversations we had in other areas, it was always like set in stone very clearly numerous times. We're not talking about politicians. We're not talking about people who are like just figures. We're talking about like content creators. We're talking about influencers.
You're saying it's like a category error. Are you suggesting it's a category error or some it's not applicable to map this concept of in the coalition to politicians? That was your view?
I'm saying that it's not. Yes, I'm saying that it's not part of the broader discussion right now, that like politicians
are not. No, that's not what I'm getting at.
Whether
like,
or not you would vote for Fetterman.
I get it. Yeah, it's that's a different question whether you would vote for someone. You could vote for someone who's not in the coalition. I understand that, and I understand the distinction there.
Yes.
The question is like, does the concept of in the coalition even apply to a politician?
Correct. That's
it sounds like you're saying that like
no,
it doesn't.
Is not.
Okay, that's just not tracking how people are using it.
I know for sure. Again, I know for sure that like Destiny, that numerous other people have continuously clarified that politicians and other people are not part of this discussion. It is about content creators. That is it. Like that's all that this is about.
I mean, that's fair enough, but people are using this discussion to talk about politicians, future politicians, whether they should be in the coalition or not. And they're like, okay, we're not discussing right now is different than whether or not the concept even applies to politicians. Now you could say it applies in a different way, but then we're just equivocating on concepts in different areas. And again, now the concept is becoming more complicated and therefore like less clear to most people when they hear it. So I don't think
I think it becomes more complicated when you
other.
Include politicians, because when we're talking about like advocating for a politician and whether or not like you consider these people to be part of your team, the conversation started with Hasan and like his ilk and whether or not those people were part of the coalition. It was about content. It was about platforms. It was about what they are doing, whether or not if Hasan after the election 6 months afterwards goes on H3 and says, I voted for Kamala. Was that good enough for him to be part of the coalition? No, because we're having like a conversation about whether or not he's actually part of the movement, whether or not he's beneficial.
I mean,
it's a concept that's being applied. It's a concept that's being applied to an online creator. The question is it limited to them, and why would it be? Like, why would like this concept of in the 10 or not like be limited to content creators? Or why is it? Or who understands it to be that?
Because it was about, I don't think it was about Hasan, how you approach him, how you talk about him, how you associate with him. That's what the conversation was about.
A liar, and that wouldn't mean that liar as a concept is limited to online creators. You could apply the concept of like whether or not Hasan is a socialist. That doesn't mean that socialist is limited to content creators. You understand what I'm saying? That just because this conversation started in the context of online creators doesn't mean that the concept of coalition applies only to those.
Yes, but whether or not I'm going to go on to John Fetterman's show and have a cordial conversation and treat him as like a friend or an enemy, like that's not relevant. He doesn't have a fucking show. It's not part of the conversation. We're talking about Hasan. We're talking about Hasan's friends. We're talking about his orbiters. We're talking about
that's a different. So
but that's what the conversation was
about.
That's what it is.
No, okay, there's one thing is like identifying whether someone's in the coalition or not. And there's a question of like, well, what do you do with people who are in or not the coalition? Maybe you treat people who are in the coalition who are content creators differently in terms of your prescription than you do a politician who's in or not in the coalition. That's just about the prescription.
I think it is funny that I feel like the only people having that is this Democrat in the coalition are the far leftists, because everyone else is like, they're a Democrat. Yes, they are, full stop. Like most other people, like, boom, they vote Democrat. They are Democrats. They got voted in as Democrats. They pretty much are. There's like the odd, maybe Fetterman you can have a little cry about, and he might fuck off and be an independent, maybe. But like that conversation's not really happening. Like that's why when you bring up Mamdani with like libs and stuff, we're just like, yeah, he's in the coalition. He's in. Done.
Wait, Mamdani is a politician.
Moving on.
Wait, you just proved it, right? Like the concept is being applied to politicians because people are assessing Mamdani. So it's trivial that
I think it's moved away from where it began. I think it is mostly a conversation about influences and like their influence in their spheres of the internet and alternative media and going onto their platforms and the platform. I do think that is where it started. That is where it mostly is being had. I think the inclusion of politicians is just like a little experiment where every time you ask a lib about it, it goes nowhere because they're like, well, yes. Like,
why would this concept be limited to online creators in the coalition?
Because again, it's about how you. Okay, so when we talk about like responsible platforming, it's about how you use your platform, and it's about how you want to use your platform. That is again what the entire conversation about coalition was about. When people are whining and complaining about how much Destiny or Hutch are covering Hasan and like making a big deal about his dog or whatever, like that is where the conversation came from. When Hasan comes out and says that he's not going to vote for either person because like whether it's Newsom or Vance, the conversation was about whether or not you would treat Hasan like an enemy, or if you treat him like somebody who's on the left. We're all in the same tent. Why would you attack somebody on the left? Don't attack somebody who's to your left. Like, that was
so
the
it's
whole
correct to say
conversation.
that it's correct to say that Joe Biden is not in the coalition because he's not an online content creator, correct?
No, it's just that that's not what like the conversation was ever about. The
He's not
coalition
relevant.
went
Whether
in
it's
this
about it or
context.
not, no. I'm not asking whether it's relevant to our conversation. I'm asking whether or not he is in or is out of the coalition by virtue of not being an online creator.
Wait, say that again?
Okay.
Is Joe Biden in the coalition because he's not a content creator?
I would say it's like understanding.
Yes, in terms of the coalition, in this conversation, I would say no. He is not part of the coalition because he's not a content creator.
Are basically automatically the dem tent big.
I don't think that's how people are using the term, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Okay, so it's not applicable because he's not a content creator, is what you're suggesting.
Yes. I think it's easy. Now you can just ask the question if it ever comes up again in the future. Like, at least from this conversation, I guess we've found two coalitions we're talking about. One is just Democrats, and one is like the ideological coalition of your platform. Like,
now we're just equivocating and using two different coalitions, and it's not always clear to me then which one we're using at any given time.
I think we're making it pretty clear that there is a separation.
Again, Hutch is the only one that I've ever heard include politicians. Every other time I've heard this conversation, it's been clear it is only about content creators.
Okay, so you are in the coalition. If to be in a coalition, you must necessarily be a content creator, in or out, right? It's almost like a category error to consider if you're in the coalition if you're not an online content creator, right?
Depends what coalition you're talking about. Are you talking about Democrats, or are you talking about like the conversation about content creators? Which one are you talking about, Pisco?
I mean,
just,
I don't
it's not
know.
hard to just
Which one are you using?
Like, I don't know why
I don't use the fucking concept. I'm not using the concept. You guys are using the concept. I'm asking, like,
which concept is relevant to you? In the future.
No, but just you earlier at the beginning of this conversation asked me to define like what it is that I'm talking about when I'm talking about in the coalition, and it was very clear to say like I'm talking about your platform, how you use your platform, who you associate your platform with, who you like, how you engage with other platforms. Like, that is what the conversation has been about from the beginning, from my perspective, and that is like why we're having the conversation is because people want to engage. Because even when they were talking about whether like how you guys engage with like the Vanguard and whatnot, like that is the whole broader conversation. Is just about how you use your platform.
I didn't know that the concept was. This is the first I'm hearing the concept is exclusive of individuals who are not online content creators. I understood that like different prescriptions might only apply to online content creators given where they fall in the coalition. And I understand that maybe you assess people differently, whether they're content creators or politicians, to determine whether they are in the coalition. But I didn't understand the concept to be exclusive of anyone who's not an online content creator. It's the first time hearing it, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right that the concept is, as used and as everyone understands, is limited to just online content creators. Okay. On that view, like the same questions kind of abound, which are like, what are the criteria by which we determine you're in the coalition? Something about policy coherence, something about whether or not you have good faith intentions to make Democrats succeed.
Well, I mean, Tom did say, Tom even said at the very beginning of this that like it's liberalism is like the broadest, but like every time you make the coalition like some broad concept, you say it's vague, so we have to kind of like make it more like refined and really clarify it. But then the more clarification you get, the more it's like, well, how come it doesn't fit here and here and here and here?
If it's liberalism, liberalism, they're not all Democrats fit the American version of liberalism.
Yeah, they're not Democrats. Fuck off.
Okay, so the coalition is in terms of liberalism or is in terms of Democrat?
No, I mean, again, I said it's about like supporting the candidates, whether or not you're like beneficial to the Democrat Party, whether or not like that is the case. Your platform is beneficial to the Democrat Party and getting them elected. And then like from there, if you fall outside of like a moral realm of like what is acceptable or what is like ideologically acceptable or morally acceptable, then like at that point, yes, you would fall outside of the bounds of that. But that was like pretty much the concept of the coalition, and your your test to that was whether or not somebody like Joe Biden fell within it. But if I'm saying, well, we're not talking about politicians,
Okay.
I don't know where this would diverge.
This isn't going to get you away from like
platforms.
This isn't going to get you away from like the hard question here, which is, okay, now just assume that there's a online content creator who has the exact worldview of Mamdani.
Mm-hmm.
Would they be in the coalition?
I would have to have more information, but based on that alone, yeah.
In what ways is Majority Report different than that?
That I think the majority of the time they're talking about Democrats in a negative way that does not like make people excited to vote for them. That doesn't make people feel like.
I mean, Mamdani didn't endorse Kamala. Majority Report did, or at least Emma did.
Yeah, I didn't even know who Mamdani was when Kamala was getting elected.
What I mean, Emma Vigeland was more emphatic to get Kamala elected than Mamdani.
Did Mamdani have a platform and like a huge influence? Did he have like?
We're talking about the hypothetical Mamdani-like content creator who has the same views as Mamdani.
Oh, you're saying in this hypothetical, Mamdani didn't support Kamala? Yeah. Well, then no. Like if he wasn't like. Yeah, again, if he's talking about Democrats like in a negative way the majority of the time to where it's more likely to make people not like Democrats versus like Democrats, then yeah, that's... See,
I think the problem you're facing is that Mamdani represents the kind of Majority Report-like vision.
Yeah.
And it's broadly popular among the Democrats. And they're not.
Maybe
not really
for the majority of the time, I don't really hear him
other
criticize.
Than like maybe like constraints on Mamdani now.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't hear him criticize Democrats a whole lot. I hear him criticize.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think
the
Mamdani
elites,
is anti-Democratic Party.
Now he's more constrained.
Yeah, I've never heard
because
him.
He's a mayor.
He was also constrained in his campaign. He was fine in his campaign as well. I didn't hear a peep out of him.
Yeah, no,
the guy is way smarter than Emma Vigeland.
Ideologically, they're allies. They're huge allies. They see the world like roughly the same.
Okay, we're just weighting things in different.
Yeah,
like you understand, there's a weighting system.
Yeah, so hold on. When you're making it about that again, like I said earlier when we were talking about this, that I think that the majority of like leftists and like Marxists and people that they voted for Kamala, that they would that like I know tons of socialists and communists who talk about Democrats in a positive way, and then I like their platforms, and I really align with these people and the way that they use them. Like this is them being a socialist or that their ideology is closer to Emma Vigeland's doesn't mean much to me, because when I look at these socialist and communist content creators, they are miles above somebody like Emma Vigeland.
Yeah, the only reason Mamdani doesn't sound like a Majority Report in my mind is because Mamdani is constrained by political realities and actually doing stuff.
Yeah, that's what a political commentator who's influencing in politics should be. But if they're not, no one should take them fucking seriously.
Okay, but you're basically just acknowledging, right? Like people like the Majority Report, if they were in power, they'd be speaking differently. Just like AOC speaks differently. And she's had to acquiesce to certain realities in the House, etc. There's different sets of constraints on just politicians. But that's just like a different job and role, right? But in general, like their worldviews are highly aligned. And
the reason why they're constrained. The reason why a politician is constrained is because they're forced to compromise and coalition build. The reason why Emma Vigeland and the Majority Report just feel like they can yap their mouths off and have to say whatever they want. But then when somebody like Tom comes along and says, well, they're not part of the coalition because of the way that they talk, they're not very coalition building.
Yeah, Majority Report's just trying to influence people to be more like Mamdani.
Amazing surprise.
Yeah, because they have different jobs. The Majority Report is trying to influence people to be like Mamdani. That's what I'm saying. It's like the Majority Report's job is to try to make people more like them. That's what they want to do.
Then why do they like basically advocate for like being not pragmatic and not politically viable?
When have they done that?
This is like their whole thing. They're not practical people. They're not pragmatic in the sense of playing the politics game. They're activists. They're just like annoying activists.
They're trying
how
to
they
influence.
come across. And they're negative about like They don't even like the concept, it feels like a lot of the time, of the Democratic Party at all, the political system at all. It feels like they're in opposition to the system as a whole instead of wanting to work within it to better it.
They want to
That's
take
the
power.
vibe that I get anyway.
Or they want to, I should say, they want to influence so that their like worldview becomes taken up by Democrats. So do I. Like I wish that people would think like I do. I'm not saying they don't make mistakes and they're not like they don't, but like I haven't seen them be like, oh, we shouldn't have liberalism anymore. We shouldn't even have the Democratic Party anymore. They just want to have a takeover of the party with their worldview.
Yeah, they want to. Yeah, but I mean, I personally don't know much. That's why I haven't piped up much on the Majority Report, because I don't watch them because they're annoying. But and just like I just don't agree with their ideological stance. But like, if like let's say I don't know if I would not have someone like them. I wouldn't classify the Majority Report in the coalition. I haven't watched enough of their shit. Tom's watched a lot more than me, and I think he has a better idea.
So the Trib says in the chat, the Trib says they are anti-liberalism, bro. So you think that Mamdani is more of a liberal than Majority Report? Is that right?
Look, can I give you my honest opinion on?
The problem is that you're making it up but like ideological lines again, whereas I'm not making this about the ideological lines. I've said again, there's people left of them that I agree with and that I like their platforms, but we're not talking about these people are still, they can still want you to vote farther left and still be very positive. Econo Boy was very good at that. He still wanted to move people farther left, but was still positive in the way that he talked about Democrats and the way that, like, he was very critical of them too, and still positive in the way that he talked about the Democrat Party and like wanting to motivate people.
So we've isolated it, right? Okay.
Why don't you put the weight somewhere? Why don't you weight these characteristics? Why don't you weight the characteristics?
It's some sort of like weighted.
Everyone's going to have a different weight, I suppose, but.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. I'm just going to try to recapitulate. I want to try to represent it. That it's not purely Majority Report's ideology, because there are people that Tom just said who are further left who he thinks are part of the coalition. Okay, these are people like Econo Boy, etc. It's not purely ideological. It's ideology plus some kind of version of Dem bashing that they do that people like Econo Boy don't do.
I said ideological or like moral. So when it's mainly, I guess, moral is the way to say it. But when I say the reason I include ideological is because yes, if somebody is a tanky and is like talking about like having a full spread like revolution because they need to take over the means of production right now, like that is more of a moral issue, I suppose, with their tactics. So, but it is ideological. So I should just say moral, I guess, to make it like, whereas yes, if somebody is a liberal but they're very anti-Semitic or they're far left and anti-Semitic, like it is still a moral.
That doesn't specify for Majority Report, because as far as I know, do you have any indication that they advocate for violent revolution in America? I don't think so.
No,
right? So maybe
I'm just differentiating the. Sure, but I'm saying that the being a benefit for voting for Democrats and the Democrat Party was the first line, and then the second line was unless they fall outside of these bounds.
So big picture, Tom, what I'm trying to do is we're trying to distinguish someone who is like, let's say, ideologically coherent with Mamdani, and versus Majority Report, because I don't think people should see and would be right to see a great deal of daylight in terms of ideology between Majority Report and Mamdani. So there's something else going on beyond just ideology. I think that we agree on that. It's not just ideology, because if it would capture a Mamdani like figure who's an influencer.
So many times. I feel like the three categories that we've named.
Why don't you shut the fuck up with the meta and just let the conversation flow instead of just every 2 seconds commenting on the. We're actually making progress.
Like, what is it? What is it? What are the characteristics? What are we talking about?
I'm trying to get clarity on the view. Okay. So you're desperate to not have clarity. I'm trying to get clarity. Okay. So now we have it's not ideology that separates Majority Report from a Mamdani like example. It's something else, and that something else seems to be in terms of how criticism of Democrats is framed.
Wait, but again, the Majority Report was not a moral, like they didn't fall outside the moral bounds. That was not the problem.
I agree. That's what I just said. That ideologically and morally they're within bounds. So it's not that. It's something else that distinguishes.
They didn't meet yes, they didn't meet the first marker, whether or not they seem to be beneficial for getting Democrats elected, for getting people excited about Democrats, for being
so I just don't understand why. So why do we think that they are detrimental to those ends? Would we be better off
spend the majority of their
them?
time, from what I've seen, like just talking shit about Democrats, from saying things that I find to be misinformation about Democrats, to like the way that they talk about Democrats, the vigor which they talk about them, the way that they talk about the fact that they like don't care about people, or like this is a group of people who are making people uninspired, or like, you know, just do not want to vote for Democrats. If I watch them, I would not want to vote for a Democrat.
I don't know what the evidence is for that, actually. Like, what would it take for you to convince you that that's not true? Like, what would it take? Because I hear this a lot, like, oh, they're disincentivizing people to go out and vote. But like, what's the empirical evidence for that? Because
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though. It's the point is that you're like, forget the person. You understand like what it is that I'm describing, and that this is my perception.
Yeah, people could say that about me. They're like, oh, you go at Pisco, he just like shits on Democrats a lot.
Yes, but I'm sorry, but you're disagreeing with me not on the example, but you're disagreeing with me on the lines that I'm drawing. I'm telling you, this is my perception. You can disagree with my perception, but still understand the lines that I'm drawing.
Okay, so your view is what distinguishes the hypothetical I provided and majority report is that majority report have a deleterious effect on outcomes for Democrats, whether or not they intend it, right? Or is intention part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say whether or not they intend it, but yeah.
Okay. Well, then I one disagree that that's the concept at play for most people, that it's independent of intent. And I would, but if that's your concept of it, I guess I would just say like, damn, that's like what's the use of that? What's the use of that? And what's the empirical evidence for that part of that leg of the definition about deleterious effect on voting? And why are you convinced that that's actually what the majority report produces? I'm not even convinced that's true of Hasan, to be honest with you. And part of my evidence for that is I think that left-wing people, for one, I think these people are by and large, even though they're influential, they're not having, I think, independently any kind of significant effect on voter turnout. I think if anything, they probably would
change the election at all.
So is there any notion that in your mind that they're having an impact on voting?
Like, obviously an impact. I don't think that they were like consequential. I don't think that they could have changed the election if they all like were in favor of Kamala, you know, hardcore. But
here's my view. You can tell me if you disagree. My view is the fact that they spend so much time shitting on Trump, even though I agree, like probably a lot that they probably don't spend as much time as I do being like, and you make sure you vote for Democrats, which I do. And I'm not sure that they do that as much. That's my vibe on it. It's probably the same as yours. My read is anyone who spends a significant amount of time shitting on Trump and MAGA is probably on net. This is my intuition, right? I don't have actual evidence for this. But if you spend like 80-90% shitting on Republicans, shitting on MAGA, shitting on conservatives, you're probably having a net benefit effect for Democrats overall. That's my view. You might disagree with that. I also think that like just having left-wing shows at all.
If each time you shit on Democrats, each time you shit on Donald Trump, you end that segment with, and this is happening because Democrats are letting him, or because they won't do anything about it. I don't like. You're making it sound yes, like it sounds yes. Because there's no difference, or because they actually agree with Trump and they're just saying they don't. Like I don't view this as like, oh, you spent 20 minutes shitting on Trump, and
you might not
like you might not like that. Just they agree with it.
What effect? You might not like it, but the question is, do you have any sense that would like turn off Democrat voters?
Yes, is it a whole wing of the party who would vote for Jill Stein because of that, or who would like not vote at all?
I don't think that's
pretty clear. They're apathetic.
I think that by and large, the more left-wing. I think by and large, the more left-wing you are, the more likely you were to vote for Kamala Harris.
I agree with that for the most part. Yeah.
I just don't
talking about the
people will say things like,
on their
"Oh, they're turning off all these voters." I'm like, what's the evidence for that? And what would it take to change your mind? Like, I think it's stupid to be like Democrats are the same as Republicans. If they say that, fuck that. That's stupid. But this is a question not about intent or whether we agree with it. The criteria you set forth, Tom, was about their deleterious effects on results or their tendency to do so. I just don't have a basis to think that audience.
Not on the
Yeah,
vote,
like,
on their audience again. Like, yes, the whether or not I view them from my perspective as being beneficial for influencing their audience to go vote, to like be excited.
Oh, to go vote.
Yes. To vote for Democrats.
Yeah, I think all else equal, and this is just like, again, this is my vibes, and maybe your vibes are different. My vibes are the more politically activated you are, you're way more likely to vote. So if you're spending time watching things like Majority Report, you're already almost certainly going to vote, okay? And just having people engaged in a content stream and covering Trump negatively, I think you're already like overdetermined to go vote. And the more left wing you are, the more likely you are to vote for Democrats. Now, that isn't to say that they're maximizing the ability to get people to vote for Democrats, or they're not being irresponsible by doing false equivalences, or wherever they're doing like wrong criticism or unfair Dem bashing. But where's the evidence that they're like hurting Democrats? That's what I'm not seeing.
Okay.
Hey, this is a long conversation. I appreciate it, but I do think that how long this conversation was and the different like concepts we have at play in juggling, to me, it does show that there's like there is a lot of talking past, and the concept has not been fully elaborated by everyone, and people are using different concepts. I mean, even in this conversation, it's not clear that you're using the same concept as Hutch, and you self-admitted that. And I think that's clear by what we're talking about. Like we're inventing criterion here that more or less makes sense of how you view some of these different cases in the coalition or out of the coalition.
I think I am using the same concept. I just think he gets confused.
What's that?
When you say that, Pisco, are you saying therefore it's a pointless conversation to be had?
No, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's pointless. I'm saying the conversation is fucked because people don't know what they're talking. Like people don't know what each other are saying.
To have. Yeah.
Well, I think it would be made
like the norm
more easy if people just use clear language.
People are going to have.
Most people are talking past each other in just general conversation during the day-to-day life. Like this is, of course, it's going to be like that.
I'm not so sure that's true. I think it happens a lot. There's miscommunication, but this is a kind of a conversation that everyone seems to have like an idea that it has something to do with certain concepts, but it's not clear at all to me that people are in fact understanding each other. And there are many times where I think it's clear
to Hasan and his orbiters and the leftists. I think that it is clear to them, as far as content creators go, to Mike from PA, to Hasan, to Denims, to all of these people. I think it's clear to them who is and is not within their coalition. And I think it's problematic that we don't seem to have a set concept as well.
Okay, so if what people just mean is like ideological coherence and alignment, then yeah, that's clear. If that's what you mean, ideological, that to me is a clear concept. Okay. But I don't think that's what people mean. If I thought that's what people meant, I would be like, yeah, of course that makes sense. Yes. Hasan is not ideologically aligned with us.
That's usually what they mean. I think that is usually the major thing for what they mean. I think if you're a pragmatic person who is playing the game of politics, you have to take other things into consideration. Like Hutch probably is talking about ideological stuff, but because he's a very pragmatic person, he has to include other aspects because he's playing the game of politics, which means you do have to compromise and form coalitions outside of perhaps your specific ideological.
Well, then the concept is more complicated than just
right and wrong.
Then the concept is more complicated than just mere ideological coherence. That's the sense in which I think people like Hasan use the term, or these leftists use the term, is
you disagree with them not being a part of the coalition because what's happening is very clear, and we can use content clues easily.
View is to be uncompromising. Like the whole far leftist thing is uncompromising, whereas the liberals are more compromising. We just are.
I agree with
but
that.
when we are, but I think this whole conversation is like trying to put the foot down and be less compromising, because it has gotten us into places where we're having to accept people like fucking Hasan. And it's like, okay, we need to draw some lines.
What do you mean
now?
we've accepted them?
Like you come in.
How have they accepted them? We've accepted them. We've accepted them because why? Because Democrats showed up on Hasan's show? So they've accepted everyone to the show they're on?
No. Hasan is being accepted by some. Do you agree?
Accepted meaning embraced as a friend? Is that what you mean by accepted?
As some form of like a coalition partner or someone to be used in the coalition.
You're just reusing the concept that I'm trying to see clarity on.
Of Democrats. I'm saying
some
like
people are treating him as a Democrat.
Yeah, people are treating him like some kind of spokesperson for Democrats or leftists, people on the left who would vote Democrat.
I think conservatives are doing that. I think conservatives are treating him that way. I don't think Democrats are doing that. I don't think that he's styling himself as a Democratic spokesperson, and I really don't think that he is being propped up by Democrats as a spokesperson for the party.
Well, hang on. I think that since January 2025, like a year ago, he has been in like newspapers. He's been in like he's had pieces done on him where he's discussed like the direction of the Democratic Party and issues of Israel and Gaza. He's been talking about this. He's been in the
he was just on Pod Save America. He was just talking to Adam Mockler. He was just on the New York Times.
Then you need are you saying stylized Democratic spokesperson?
What do you mean?
Or do you mean that like so is he being propped up as a Democratic spokesperson by Democrats or by himself or by credulous journalists?
By people on the left and people who people would consider to have vote Democrat, yes. Like the Pod Save America guys. Do you think they vote for Democrat?
I think they vote for Democrats. I don't think they're propping Hasan up as a spokesperson.
I don't need to go to the whole entire length of he's a spokesperson, but I think that he can be aligned with the Democrats very easily. I think the fact that Jon Favreau is sitting there agreeing with Hasan on a lot of things can automatically make people perceive him as being aligned with Democrats. Yes.
Well, that's different. Okay. You're asking whether or not he can be perceived by people as being aligned with Democrats?
That is the game of politics. It's all perception. That is politics. That is politics. Yes.
Okay, if that's what you mean by a spokesperson, is that people can perceive him as being aligned with Democrats on some things, and I guess Adam Mockler did that, and I guess that we did that also with Liz Cheney, right?
Adam Mockler did an okay job of pushing back, but I think Adam Mockler got a lot of grief from some people for not pushing back hard enough. Yes, it was the problem with the Adam Mockler interview, was he maybe agreed a little bit too much.
Okay.
That seems to be
I think that the language is much stronger than what you mean, right? Like when you say he's being used up as a spokesperson, you just mean, oh, well, some people could perceive him as being aligned with Democrats.
I never said he's a spokesperson. I don't know why you keep saying that. I personally never said that. I said I didn't say that. You said that, and you said that we have to accept.
You said we've had to accept Hasan Piker, and I'm just meaning like, in what sense have we accepted him? He's allowed to be on Pod Save. He's allowed to talk to Adam Mockler. Were we proposing to prevent him?
The reason why people are talking to Hasan Piker is because he has a huge left audience who does vote Democrat, and they're talking to him about issues and the future of the Democratic Party. He got introduced into the mainstream conversation, not by people like Destiny, not by content creators who are bitching about him. He went on bigger platforms, bigger mainstream platforms, and he was interviewed by his PR team, set this up, and they interviewed him about the future of the Democratic Party and issues that the young voters on the left are talking about.
So Pod Save, Ezra, these people accepted him?
I don't know if they've accepted him. I don't know what you mean by accepted him. But
I'm trying to understand what you fucking mean by accepted. What do you mean? You said that we had to accept him.
I've already said that they've agreed with him. They've sat there and they've been relatively I would say not very hostile, not very like they weren't challenging him really. They were
treated him as acceptable,
friendly. Yes,
okay,
they're treated
him as acceptable.
His ideas as acceptable.
Okay, that I understand.
Yeah. Do you understand why
that? Yeah, like I think you have to make the case for like what your conclusion is from that. Okay, so he was brought on to these platforms, and some of his views are being sort of promoted as palatable. That's what Ezra's doing. That's what PodSave's doing.
And not only are they being like shown to be palatable, but more and more as he does more and more podcasts and interviews and things, whether you like it or not, the perception is this is one of the Democrats. And this is a problem. Okay. And so and also because of more Democrats talking and agreeing with him and talking about the future of the Democratic Party, it's obvious that they're potentially embracing him and his flock of voters. No?
Well, they should embrace his voters, right?
Potentially.
Donnie embraces MAGA voters. So like it would make sense to
I mean politicians should I'm not let's delineate something, because again I think you're getting confused. I'm not talking about politicians. The politicians would take any fucking vote that they can get. I'm talking about
you don't have a problem with politicians going on Hasan's, right?
Let's make a very quick clarification.
So you don't have a problem with politicians going on Hasan?
I don't have a problem with anyone going on anyone's platform, to be honest. I have a problem with how they do it.
Well, presumably, if they want to get Hasan's audience, that they shouldn't scream at him, or they should be trying to like appeal and be nice, right?
Well, it depends. Are they going? Is Hasan going on their platform? Are they going on Hasan's platform? Because that's a huge difference. If Hasan's going on John Favreau's or the podcast of Pod Save America,
they're not
or whatever,
politicians, right? I thought they were online.
Can be a little bit. Then they can be different. But if they're going on Hasan's platform, then of course you're going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
I don't think that you should just not push back, though, if you have disagreements. The way Adam Mockler went on Hasan's platform.
Yeah, I thought the Mockler did a good job.
He went on. So I understand why Adam Mockler couldn't be as aggressive as he probably wanted to be, although he did try until Hasan cried about it. You know, like, oh, now you're turning this into a debate. I'm a fucking idiot. Like, he can't handle any form of pushback. But like, he had to be a certain way because he's going on Hasan's platform. No.
Yeah, I think Mockler was a certain way on Hasan's platform. I thought that Mockler's
why do you think Mockler was a certain way on Hasan's platform? And why do you think most people are like not saying, oh, Adam Mockler, you should be kicked out of the party because you like, nobody's saying that, right? They did get annoyed that he didn't push back as much as they wanted him to, but for the most part, people understand.
Because Mockler is obviously aligned with Democrats in the way that you're describing, and that Mockler people like Mockler generally, and they don't think that Mockler is a Marxist-Leninist, and they like Mockler. I don't know what to say. Yeah, and I think Mockler did a good job. He got some great moments there and concessions, and he pointed out tension and contradiction. I thought that was good. I just don't understand.
And he got some criticisms, but for the most part, he wasn't just nodding his head.
Yeah, sure, but
but there's no issue there. I don't have an issue with it.
Okay, so but is he accepting Hasan or making Hasan acceptable? He said like, let's hang out in L.A.
I don't think.
I would say yes.
What's that?
I would say yes. I would say yeah. He was.
I think at one point he said like we're more aligned. Like he said that we're like largely aligned. At some point he said that. Hasan.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think
some version
Adam's
of
that. I personally think that's retarded, but Adam obviously doesn't know fucking anything. Also, Adam's playing the game of politics, I think, a little bit too hard. I think he should. I don't think he should be saying dumb shit like that.
I think you all know that I would push back harder than Mockler did. But putting that aside, it's like I just don't think that like when people are talking about this coalition thing, they're talking about the same thing every time they use the term. I think that they're either talking about some sort of like ideological coherence, or they're just basically trying to say that this guy's bad news. You shouldn't hang out with him as much, or you should basically only hang out with him to confront him on stuff. I think that's what people are talking about.
Why do they say that? Do you think it's just Hasan bad? Are you really actually making the argument that people are just running around going, "Oh, Hasan bad"?
I'm not saying that. Wait.
Why did they say that? Why did they say that, Pisco?
Hey, so it could be because Hasan is bad, right? Because Hasan has some bad, like really bad views, and because Hasan.
Yeah. So is it ideological?
No. But you're misunderstanding me when I say Hasan bad. I'm not trivializing. Like you should like call out bad things, right? I'm not trying to be like, oh, Hasan bad.
Like, why you? I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? No, I'm just kidding. Why do you think that people say he's bad? On what grounds do you think people think he's bad?
In virtue of his beliefs.
Yeah, ideological,
and also
right?
his character. Yeah, but also his character.
I think people are talking about the same thing. I think that not everybody's like great at like explaining what it is that they're thinking of, but I see like when I listen to everybody talk about it, it seems as though we're all like thinking of something, and we're all like on the same page for the most part. We're just not. I think that especially when people start to include like politicians and things of that nature.
I totally disagree, Tom. I don't think people have the first fucking clue what everyone else is talking about. I think everyone's talking past each other, and we have yet to land on some sort of clarity on this tent thing. And I think it like is just a vague sense of align with, be friendly to. Maybe that's what is meant. But people are trying to like make it into some sort of Hammurabi's code or some kind of like module or model for how to deal with certain actors and make it like more complicated and rule-like. That's what I think is not being properly explained. And because you could take the view, grant everything that people say about Hasan, but just read what Ezra wrote. It makes complete sense what Ezra wrote. It makes complete sense what someone like Matt Iglesias wrote, right? Matt Iglesias is like, I don't really understand what's going on. Like, I think Democrats should go everywhere. And like, what are we doing?
That's not the argument that any of us are making. No, none of us are saying you shouldn't go places. We're saying it's how you do it. It's the conduct. It's the way you do it. The whole conversation is about I understand that you agree with Ezra's retarded point, if that's what he said about don't go on. You keep doing this, bringing up the platforming argument.
What point is retarded from Ezra? Name a single point from Ezra that's retarded. Name one. What did he say?
I'm saying if you think that the conversation that most of us content creators in this sphere of the internet, I understand that there's probably some idiots out there who are saying, do not platform this person, and they're pulling a woke card that nobody fucking says anymore if they have any fucking brains. But most people aren't saying don't platform at all, don't use their platform, don't speak to them ever at all. Most people are saying that like you can do it, but it's how you do it that matters. Maybe
okay.
It's a waste of time.
We agree.
Yeah, so it's a waste of time maybe for some politicians to bother with Hasan and his community potentially. Like, why the fuck would Alyssa Slotkin ever speak? Why would Alyssa Slotkin ever speak to Hasan? I understand why she wouldn't want to speak to Hasan. I wouldn't either. Fuck that. Why waste your fucking time? The guy's an anti-Semite. He hates Israel. He's not going to ever like want to talk to you about that stuff. And you have a completely different views. You're never going to get his audience on that topic.
Okay, maybe Slotkin should, and other people in her shoes should like not just dodge difficult conversations, and maybe they should.
I don't think she has. Good. She's done it.
Okay, so then why would you?
With that idiot Crystal Ball, who doesn't know how to have like a friendly conversation.
Okay, so then what's the problem with that? Like if I were a Democrat politician, in this day and age, understanding that of course Democrats and politicians have different sets of constraints about what they can talk about, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry, we're in current year, not former year, and you need to be good at dealing with contentious issues. I don't know why you wouldn't be trying to.
I think Alyssa Slotkin did a really good job.
Okay, then what's the issue?
I think it was awesome. I think the answers she gave were fine. I think the only people
so then what's
crying
the problem? Why are people sewing the fuck out? That's what I don't understand, right? Like, you either think she did a really good job, in which case, great, she did a great job. What's the problem?
We're not sewing out about
who
Alyssa
they want
Slotkin.
To be on their side. No. They think somebody who they want to be on their side are counter signaling Democrats.
Yes.
You already thought that Crystal was anti-Democrat, and she didn't endorse Kamala in 2024. And so, what has changed, right? That's what I don't understand. Is
nothing changed. It was just
the problem that I'm
still annoying.
She doesn't support the Dems. She was counter signaling. Like, we know all of this. You know this. So then why get upset when we call it out and talk about it and say she's not on the team? Like, why? Why would you even care about that?
What I take issue with is the notion that like something like unfair was done. Like, what was done that was unfair or like horrible that was done? This was like a great calamity.
Because then you get people like Kyle who are acting like this coalition of the Dems. If I have to be explicit about when I use the term, I'm talking about Democrats. Then they cry and act like, oh, we're a part of this. What are you talking about? There's like, they're the ones getting upset when we point out that they very clearly weren't. And this is how they aren't. And this is how Crystal Ball isn't.
Wait, they sell themselves on not just being stooges of the Democratic Party and not being in line with all Democratic Party stuff.
Yeah,
I was serious on Lib Learn. I said, like, if you wanted to get a hand job, you come on Lib and Learn. I mean, we're partisans. They're not partisans.
Mm-hmm. So that's why some people would classify them as not a part of the coalition, and that's fine.
Which is fair enough, but like again, it scratch out of what you mean.
Is it fair enough, or is someone like you gonna cry about the fact that we said that they're not part of our coalition?
It depends on what you mean by in the coalition.
I just said.
Yeah, if what you mean by the coalition is not Democratic partisan, then yeah, they're not in the coalition. They're not Democrat partisans. If you mean they're ideologically different, yeah, I guess they're ideologically different.
Yeah.
If what you mean is something else, then you need to guys it out.
And I would say they lie about Democrats. They frame Democrats in a negative light unfairly.
Okay. So if you say they lie, that is something that needs to be substantiated. Where, like,
I think Kyle Kalinske has lied. Yeah. I think Crystal Ball. is a fucking waste of space.
Right, but those are different claims than you know, they had very contentious and I don't know.
Yeah, no, they're worse. It would make it more
questions.
justifiable to kick them out of like some kind of like Dem coalition.
Wait, kick them out of okay. Do you understand that like everywhere this comes, it rears its head about like, and you could be meaning 1,000 things here. That's all I'm saying is like you could be meaning a trillion things when you say that.
But if you're that fucking retarded, then I guess we can just never have this conversation.
They themselves don't consider themselves Democrats.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
okay, congratulations. They're not Democrats. We already knew that.
Neither does Hasan. So what?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, then it's just trivial. Then this terminology is just trivial. The same way it's trivial on the endorsement front. If all that's meant by in the coalition is did you endorse, it's trivial. It's so easy to find out whether you endorse or not. If all that's meant is are you in the coalition, are you a registered Democrat or are you a partisan Democrat, then it's fucking trivial. Yes, they're not in the coalition in virtue of not being this very easily verifiable thing to see.
No, it's not. I've said over and over that there's tons of leftists that like I agree with their platform. I like their platform. I think their platforms are net benefits. That like they are. They would call themselves leftists. They would call themselves independents. They would call themselves these things. But that doesn't change the fact that they are obviously beneficial to the Democrat Party and that they talk about Democrats in a positive way. They are clear on like which side.
My intuition is that Kyle Kalinske is beneficial for the Democratic Party on net. That's my intuition. I'm not saying that it's borne out empirically, but he spends so much fucking time shitting on Trump, and that, to me, just in my intuition, in terms of how much time is covered, and the fact that he's a humongous YouTube channel shitting on Trump constantly, that feeds my intuition that he is a net positive. Now you could say, well, sometimes he says, Republican light,
but you
when it
understand,
comes to Cory Booker.
That's fine. You understand that, like, drawing the distinction of, like, well, they don't even call themselves Democrats, so who cares? Like, that's not a distinction.
No, that's indexed to if what you mean by in the coalition is are they Democrats or not. So that's just my response to the lack of clarity on in the coalition. And that's what I'm saying is you could mean a bunch of different things. It could be ideological coherence. It could be, are you a card carrying member? It could mean, are you registered? It could mean, did you endorse? It could mean, are you a net benefit for Democrats? It could mean, are you a bad faith actor? Or should we listen to your ideas? Or it could literally mean, are you like a part of an actual government coalition? That's what I mean in terms of lack of clarity. And people aren't being clear when they mention this term, including you two.
Okay. Well, I think Tom was actually very clear.
I'm not.
I was gonna say I literally don't think I could be more
I will
clear.
I will try to summarize what I think Tom said. Tom, you can tell me if I'm wrong. All right. I was listening very carefully, so maybe I'm correct, maybe I'm wrong. Is that you are in the coalition first to be even considered for this metric, you have to be an online content creator. And it's a requirement to be within an acceptable band of morality, which is usually in terms of ideology, but not necessarily. And that you aren't a net detriment to Democrats' voting goals. That's what I understood as coalition.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
That is, I promise you, if I were to introduce those criterion and say, what do you think about this to like Hutch? I'm sure he would disagree. If I were to introduce that concept to like Counterpoints, or to anyone else who's in this discourse, or Wick, I'm not sure they would agree.
And that's a net negative when the sides
I don't think that this is like some established
Pisco
way that
using lack of
coalition is being
understanding
used,
as
where
the
it's
issue
these
is
two
hope.
kind of like criterion. I think that you would hear different answers from different people. And in fact, I'm going to test it. I'm going to ask different people what they mean by coalition.
I was going to say, I will tweet it out and you quote tweet it and ask your audience if they think that's what they mean, and
let's actually do it. Yeah, no.
We'll find out.
I also think that, like, why not just have the conversation with each person and clarify with them what they mean? Like, isn't this what we do when we have conversations about concepts with everybody all the time?
Absolutely.
Like, not everyone has the exact same conceptual idea of concepts. Like, this is
absolutely.
very normal.
That's what I do. But when I do that, you have people like you who's like, oh, you're just going to spurg out about fucking definitions. But instead of me just trying to clarify, hey, I think this conversation is kind of talking past each other. Can you just clarify what you mean? You're like, you always do this, Pisco. You always just try to bog the conversation down because at the end of the day, you want to just say it's a woozy, it's a wazzy, it's mushy, it's this or that. And so instead of me getting kudos for trying to get clarity, I get fucking
somebody like
spot on impression.
My issue is when somebody like Tom gives you a pretty clear outline of exactly what he means, you then go, that's not what other people mean, and you just want to make it as vague as possible, so that you can get away from talking to the person in front of you about what they mean.
You're now attributing to me bad intent.
Even when you do,
so you're attributing to me bad intent.
Hold on, wait, just real quick. We started. Hold on. We're going off. Hold on, we're going off a little bit. The problem that we're having right now is that he has we have clarified my definition 100 times, and it feels like every time it's clarified, a little while later you say, yeah, but what anybody is talking about, nobody can set clear parameters for what they mean by this. And then when I'm again saying, well, I think my parameters are clear, you're like, well, I don't think they are. And then you set my parameters very clearly. And then as soon as you do, go back to, but that I don't know if that's what everybody else means. Whether or not that's what everybody else means first, you do know what I mean. You do know what I'm talking about.
So, I mean, let's just be clear about here. When I make my statements about the nature of the discourse, whether people understand what's being said in this discourse, that's clearly not indexed to your specific definition, because you can't speak for how everyone interprets the terminologies at play here. And so there's nothing inconsistent about me saying that the conversation is unclear, and to saying that I think that your usage of the term is almost certainly private language of
sure. Just a minute ago, Mantis said, I think Tom's definition was very clear, and you seem to disagree with that. And then we pushed back, and then you said, I will set up what I think Tom's definition.
Yeah, I wasn't confident in it. But no, I wasn't confident in what I said. I'm glad I got it. And that that time was well spent. And so now that's clear, I'll say that at least your concept, I understand it for sure. It took us a while to get there, and we played around with, I just will let you know, we played around with different concepts that didn't make it into the final version. And so I'm not sure that this was something that was that you could have repeated at the start of the conversation, and it would have been the same exact thing that we said at the end. We were going through a bunch of different things. We were working through it together to understand what you meant. And we were looking at different cases, and we worked through it. I have no problem with that, but don't pretend that this has been a model of clarity of this conversation. We went back and forth and back and forth, and at the end, you gave something approximating a set of criterion in which I was able to repeat back to you, but it doesn't at all contradict my assertion that many people don't share that same notion, and that many of the cases that are the kind of accepted in the coalition, not in the coalition, would match up to your standard or set of criteria. And that's my point, is basically
I like the criteria. I'm going to use that criteria. I agree with it. I thought it was very pretty clear. I feel like if I'm thinking about the coalition, I think about ideological, I think about the way they discuss Dems, I think about that's fine by me. I think the net positive. I feel like there's obviously going to be, I don't know if you can make it grounded out in complete objectivity, which I think sometimes is what it sounds like you want, but you're never.
No, I'm not asking. No, I don't even know what the objective has been in that context. I mean, I'm someone who thinks that this term of even objective is incoherent sometimes, unless you mean
I mean, it's just politics. I mean, the whole conversation is obviously subjective. It is about where people want where.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's. I am not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not coherent because it's subjective. All right, I don't take that view. I'm not saying that it's not. It's because it's subjective, it's bad or something. That's stupid. I don't take that view.
I just hear that a lot. I hear it from chat as well. It's fucking annoying.
Okay, I'm fine with subjective concepts. Okay, that's fine, and I have no problem in principle with you explain what you mean. I just understand the definition provided by, or the criteria provided by Tom doesn't include intent. All right, so the definition provided by Tom does not include any kind of intentional, volitional bad faith or good faith. That's not matching up to what people are using the term as, and it probably wouldn't match your intuitions if I provided you some hypotheticals. And so all I'm trying to say here is that's fine. You can use whatever concept you want. I don't expect, and it's certainly not the one on offer by Hutch, that there is uniformity in how that's applied. And that's my point. My point is the terminology in any given instance, when you're talking about the coalition or the tent, you're apt to find a different usage and a different set of things, and it's opaque what is being meant. Just a series of things that you're being asked to agree with or not. Don't you agree that Hasan is a bad faith piece of shit? Don't you agree that Hasan doesn't agree with liberalism? Don't you agree that Hasan said this, this, and that? And it's not clear how those fit into a structure in terms of a coherent concept. You've provided one that I take to be coherent. I just don't know if it's well accepted by people in the discourse. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But yeah, It is true that this discourse did start in a completely different place than it might end up. Like the fact that it's moving into other areas is fine, but I do think that Tom's correct that where it began was like among content creators and talking about the platforming of Hasan. That is kind of where it began. That was the conversation about like the coalitions that we form or like the people that we associate with in terms of like influences and like representatives of the party.
Understand that we've cashed out the concept of in the coalition in the tent. That's been cashed out on Tom's view. What hasn't been at all established is the entailments of someone who's not in the coalition. So in terms of associations, all we've established, if you're in the coalition or not in the coalition, it's a description about you. We haven't said anything normative, right? We haven't said that, well, if you're not in the coalition, you should X, Y, Z, right? Because that's apt to change if you're, I guess it doesn't apply to politicians or whatever, but if you're a content creator who, you know, inserts different situation for one content, if you're persuadable, if you have a bigger audience, if you have a smaller audience, if you're closer aligned or not, it's like there still hasn't been that jump from descriptive to normative. And all the account that Tom has given is purely descriptive. Now, the other thing of like, who should you associate with? That's an additional step. And I haven't heard there be a statement by Tom or by you that says, don't associate with people who aren't part of the tent. Well, I associate with Rob Noor. I associate with Richard Hanania.
No, I don't think Tom or I would think that. I think we were in the debate sphere. We associate with everyone.
Right,
Tom
right.
debates,
So,
we'll associate. It's about how, like in this sphere, it's about how you talk to them. I think that's the big issue.
So how does
that's
this descriptive
probably
model, how does this concept help us in the normative? What is the additional step?
Okay, so I'm gonna reference Destiny here and his little four or 5 point like how to interact with people, whether you are agreeable, friendly, hostile, or whatever. There's like I can't remember exactly what he said, but there was about 4 ways that you can interact with people in this sphere. Where, like for example, when he was doing his conservative shtick and he was able to talk to like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and even like the Red Pill Manosphere guys, there was some. You know, obviously there's huge disagreement. So people wanted the hostile, but there was some practical or pragmatic like way that you had to communicate in order to get invited on these shows and talk to these people. So it wasn't hostile like the 4th level. It was probably the 3rd level. It was like disagreeable, but not like completely hostile like Crystal Ball, Alyssa Slotkin. Whereas something like people want to see more hostility when like someone who doesn't align with you and who you don't think should be in the coalition, they want to see that hostility. They want to see people do what Crystal Ball did to Alyssa Slotkin, because to somebody like Hasan or to somebody like Crystal Ball, because they aren't in the coalition or whatever the fuck the conversation is.
But the coalition or not in coalition doesn't like necessarily prescribe one of these different approaches, right? Like it could be the case that you have a very friendly, very good interaction, not a hostile interaction with a particular content creator who's not in the coalition, if you assess that to be the best way of like persuading the audience. Fair? Like, let's say that you have someone who's not in the coalition, but they're kind of like, right. Yeah. So like the coalition or not, in terms of the approaches, they don't necessitate given approaches. They're just factors to consider in your overall schema for how to go about different conversations. Yeah. Okay.
Which is why I used Adam Mockler as a good example, where I think a lot of people still critiqued him. They still gave him criticism because they thought, you know, he wasn't pushing back hard enough. But there was an understanding there because of you're on his platform, you're talking to his audience. There's an understanding of like, okay, you have to be a little bit cordial. Like you can't just be a complete fucking crystal ball. That's just not how libs actually interact. We're actually way nicer than fucking crystal ball, even though people act like we aren't. But yeah, like there is an understanding there. It's just when you get just Jon Favreau talking to Hasan, nodding along and barely pushing back, barely giving any follow-up questions, showing absolutely no understanding of where his ideology leads or the things that he actually believes, it's frustrating, and they're going to get critique for that. It's like,
yeah, sure.
Hasan is considered by many people as ideologically bunk. So why aren't you pushing back on some of his ideological views in any kind of like harsh way? But there wasn't barely any follow-up.
I think it's bullshit. I thought Mockler did way better than Favreau in that interview. If I agree. I don't understand how you do this interaction when you don't like. Was it a mistake not to explicitly endorse Kamala Harris? Do you regret that? Yes or no? I mean, or to ask, do you think that you made any mistakes in the 2024 election season?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you ever made a mistake before? Like, do you regret Kamala Harris not winning? Right? There's a million ways to ask that question to push. I think it's kind of chicken shit that you didn't do it, right? So like, and no doubt about that. That's not the, but like the point is, all I'm trying to do here is establish that's not done in virtue of the coalition or not factor. That's like maybe a thing to consider is the fact that he is generally opposed to Democrats, that he is highly critical and oftentimes like not really bad faith of Democrats, that he gets caught in these different places and it's whatever. Like all of that is stuff that I consider in assessing holistically any given encounter.
I mean,
but the coalition or not thing is like, it's whatever. I mean, this is just like maybe it's a heuristic that helps you assess one of these 4 approaches or 5 approaches or whatever they are.
I think that's exactly what it should be, though. I think it is a heuristic, and then you can use that to like assess the style that you wish to like, how you want to interact with them. I think 100%, because there's. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it should be for. I mean, there's a reason why, when you see Ben Shapiro, that he is an enemy. You know how you want to interact with that person, where if you go on their show, you might have to be a little bit nice, but you are absolutely going to have all your research done. You are going to have all these questions and follow-up questions and things you want to attack them with and things you want to push back on, some of the bullshit that they've said. You know that. But for some reason, liberals are talking to Hasan like there's none of that. Like all he's ever said is stuff that everybody fucking agrees with. When in reality, it's not just whatever. Hasan has advocated for the destruction of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, so like I agree that I will consider if you voted for Trump as like, or if I find that you're like not backing Democrats or whatever, that is certainly something that will loom large. And when I decide how to approach a conversation, I will note. Though,
why do you do that? You just did it again. It's not about not just backing Democrats or whatever. It's advocating for their destruction. Like again, you just did the thing where you like downplay the fuck out of what I said.
Hey, dummy. I'm not trying to limit myself or pigeonhole myself in just your characterization. I'm going broader than you, okay? Not only will I consider if you're advocating for the explicit destruction of the party, but even if you're not advocating sufficiently in favor of it. It was more capacious than the criterion that you provided. I wasn't trying to characterize Hasan as being a dove or with respect to the Democrats. All right. So just chill on that.
I'm just saying.
Because your bad faith is shit and everything that comes out of my mouth, even if it's completely reasonable, and even if I'm giving more allowance for being fucking critical and saying a broader set of terminology that isn't specifically, I'm trying to generalize this kind of advice, unless it's just a specific Hasan rule. Okay, so just chill on your bad faith. All I'm trying to say is,
I'm not being bad faith. I hear what I hear, and I'm calling it out as I see it. I'm just fucking calling balls and strikes, my guy.
You're not calling balls and strikes. You hear a word, so you're like, oh, I didn't say not voting for Democrat. I said advocating for.
And you're horrible at the accent. You need to work on that.
So like, you're totally misconstruing my point here, which isn't to characterize specifically what Hasan is doing. I'm trying to generalize and actualize a set of criteria by which I would assess a given conversation in terms of either their hostility toward Democrats or their openness and favoredness of MAGA. And that's all I'm trying to do here, and saying, yes, I will consider this. Yes, I obviously would consider the advocating for the destruction of the Democrats or taking over the party and installing a proletariat dictatorship in lieu of the Democratic Party structure. So obviously I would consider that when deciding how to approach a conversation, but it's not always in the ways that you would expect. In the Tim Pool conversations that I've had, I am prepared to be critical and push on Tim, but I'm much nicer in those interactions than I am sometimes even in interactions, because I'm trying to be strategic and tactical. And
yeah, but that's what I said. Like, there's a huge difference with you going on their platform, which I can understand. You have to be strategic. You want to be invited back. Like, there's I understand why Destiny is like, it looks back at those conversations he had, and they really weren't good conversations at all. And sometimes, to be honest, I wish you would just fucking nuke. Go on Tim Pool's thing and just nuke the whole thing, but you'll never be allowed back on it. I won't get to see that ever again. But one day, I hope you do. I hope you just realize that every one of those conversations is relatively pointless, and you could just like fucking grill that motherfucker. But he probably wouldn't air that episode.
I still grill it.
They're not pointless for his platform.
They're not pointless for my platform, and I grill in my own way. I'm not over there jacking them off. I'll do that.
I have no problem. with how you interact with Tim Pool. I think you do a good job of you're tactical, like you're strategic, like you have to be kind of jovial or whatever, and then also you push pretty hard. Like I think you're very good at pushing back.
I appreciate that. No, but what I take issue with though is this accusation that I sometimes get of like my motivation is bad. Like my motivation is to try to get tanky people in my audience to make a ton of money, or my motivation is to like radicalize.
Well, I don't know who.
If I wanted to like maximize,
that, but that is
no,
dumb.
people do. And if I wanted to make money and maximize it, I would just read the fucking room and make a bunch of highly critical fucking clickbait videos on Hasan and the discourse and talking shit and just like butter everyone's biscuit. Is that a fucking phrase? I don't even know. It's fucking, oh my God. How was I on Tom's fucking stream this long? Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Like that's what I would do if I want to make money. All I'm trying to do is just be upfront about when I understand things, when I don't understand things. And in terms of the discourse on coalition, there are ways in which I understand it for sure. And there are ways in which I absolutely can understand the frustration towards these dead enders. I had Ogre Boy comment on I was talking shit about Joe Manchin, and Ogre Boy's one of these replies. He's like, it seems like leftism, it just means that you're right early or something. I'm like, dude, what? Are you crazy? No one was more pissed at Joe Manchin than liberals for stymieing Biden's agenda and for him not endorsing Kamala. So like, who the fuck are you? You didn't endorse Kamala. That's one of the bases on which we're mad at Manchin. People forget how I interacted with Prime Kai. People forget how and so because I think offer nothing but like trying to see clarity. That's really all I'm trying to fucking do. And because on a few issues on liberal grounds, I supported Hasan when it came to the global entry and stand by that decision. 100% I do. I think that I was right and been vindicated by the course of events in time, that I'm like somehow in it for bad faith. That's what I don't like. That when I take objection to some of, and for example, on the one last thing, I'll let you go. Sorry. On the Crystal Ball interview, when Hutch raises this thing about, well, the question's unfair. I'm like, dude, okay, the question is definitely ideologically biased and framed in a given way. So the fuck what? You're a politician. Like, what's the problem? What's the issue? Did we have any expectation that Crystal Ball was going to be like a Democratic shill or sort of give a softball question to Alyssa Slotkin? What is the deal? Yeah. Like, what you thought that she was going to give? Is there any reason to believe that she would do that?
Well, because I'm saying from Slotkin's perspective, perhaps she needed to do more research, and I hope people do more research on these far leftists, and then they figure out they're actually not fucking nice, and they're actually not on your team. That's exactly the point that we're making. But I'm just saying, like, if you know there's a show,
she would cop to that. Wait. She would cop to that. She would cop to that. So Crystal Ball would cop to that. Yeah, Crystal Ball would cop to that. She would say, yeah, Slotkin is like
everyone
a horrible
understands
person.
where Pisco is coming from. Pisco is just
and I'm not part of her team
against leftists because he thinks they can work for us. Will he debate Vanguard and Josh Shapiro?
Both of them are. But I think it could have easily. I'm just saying. I think it could have easily been perceived that there's a show where there's like a semi sort of center right person and a leftist, and you would kind of assume that maybe the leftist wouldn't be the one to grill you as hard.
Why would you assume? You didn't assume that.
I think she was unhinged. I think it was like almost unprofessional. I think it was unhinged.
What is unprofessional about it?
I just think
it was shit you would get on Fox News. That's the kind of shit that you would get on some challenging interviews. Yeah, even on CNN these days. CNN is like brutal sometimes to Democratic politicians in a way they're never
treating Slotkin like somebody who supports Israel and gave them all money for aid and has AIPAC fucking track money. That's how she was treating her. She was treating Slotkin like she advocated for genocide. That's what she's and Slotkin's made it pretty
like explicitly
clear, like she doesn't do nothing from the AIPAC lobby since like what 2017 or 20. Like there are so many things that and ways that Slotkin answered those questions that were completely fucking reasonable to any normal person. But because
the question isn't they're reasonable, what's unprofessional about it?
Genocide. It's like she was treated as if she was committing the genocide. That's how she was being treated.
So she was being treated as though she were committing a genocide when she was asked about.
Are you going to finish that sentence or are you asking me?
I'm asking you. When was she treated like when was she considering that?
I can't remember. I don't know. I haven't watched it for ages.
Okay. Well, but regardless, like, okay.
No, but what
and
was
you expected
it?
her. You expected her. You Well, I don't know what you're referring to about treating her as a genocide, as though she were
oh my gosh.
She views Democrats as complicit. She views Biden as complicit in a genocide. That's her view.
Yes, and so Slotkin was like, what has Slotkin done?
Slotkin is part of the support for Israel from the Democratic Party, and she views the Democrats who are aligned there as being complicit in a genocide. But this was known to us. We've all known this.
Because Crystal just thinks that anyone who thinks that Israel has a right to exist is like a genocide, is like committing genocide. It's fucking sloppy.
That is a bastardization of the view. If you take it to be a genocide,
that is exactly how they behave.
Okay, so I'll give you a hypothetical. If you viewed that Israel was committing a genocide, if you view that, and if you view that it was obvious that they were committing a genocide, would you consider someone who gave money to Israel to be committing or being complicit in the genocide? Trivially, wouldn't you?
Depends what the money was for.
No, for arms.
Was that is that what she voted for? Is that what it was all about?
It's a hypothetical. Answer the question, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that retarded?
So if you take that view, but the thing is, like, everyone knows that Crystal believes that.
Yeah.
So what did you expect?
So the way that she was, I wouldn't have had a problem, and I would have expected Crystal Ball or anyone like that to have an interview where they were challenging them or pushing. But I'm saying it was above that. I'm saying it was in the hostile territory to the party that she is more aligned with.
Yes.
Not the Republicans.
No, wait. It was hostile. Yeah.
Democrat. Yes.
It was a challenging, hostile interview.
Unnecessary. Yeah, I don't. But you treat your enemies like that.
When you say unnecessary, do you mean you didn't like it?
You treat your enemies like that.
Okay, I don't know what you're. So like we're just cashing out the same kind of concepts.
So we're correct. So like libs are correct in saying that Crystal Ball is an enemy of Democrats in large part, and she would probably happily say, "Yes, I am. I don't agree with Democrats. Democrats suck. I'm a populist." Go like whatever she would say, and then we all say, "Yeah, cool. You're not really part of our coalition. You're not really on our team." She views
Democrats. I'll tell you the view. Wait. I'll tell you the view.
They could all help us, and they could all be.
I'll tell you the view. I'll tell you the view. They don't like the Democratic Party. They view the Democratic Party as preferable, she views the Democratic Party as preferable to the Republican Party. But yeah, she's not a Democrat and she doesn't like support.
Yeah, so then
Democrats.
There's no issue with somebody like me saying they're not part of the coalition in terms of they're not
It depends what you mean by the coalition.
I'm just about to fucking extrapolate. Okay? I'm just about to tell you. So in terms of, if I wanted to just say, they're not aligned, I guess, with my ideological conception of where I want the Democratic Party going.
Okay, yeah, fair.
So then that's the conversation everyone's having. It's not that's cool. We're all putting our lines in the sand. That's what's happening here. And it's a good conversation.
Here's the problem. You can speak for yourself. The vast majority of Democrats believe it's a genocide.
Yeah, most people are fucking retarded.
I do too, by the way.
You're retarded.
Okay, but you can't say it's not aligned with the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm. With the voters or with the Democratic Party?
It's a supermajority view among Democrats.
The voters.
Yes, the Democratic voters, the Democratic Party. Well, you want source? All right, we'll do it. Percentage of Democrats believe Israel genocide. This is from August 2025. 77% of Democrats polled. This is from 2025. August 2025. 77.
I'm looking at the screen as well.
76%, this is October 2025, of Texas Democrat primary voters, Israel committing genocide.
(2025) 77%. What was the
Al Jazeera
question?
says 77%. YouGov/IMEU policy project poll says 72%.
Well, majority,
it is a super
regardless.
majority view. It's a super majority view among Democrats. And so this whole kind of like genocide dead ending thing for Democrats, you can say, oh, it's the majority, super majority view among Democrats.
When it comes to the Elizabeth Slotkin thing, I don't know if it was she was like crying about the word genocide or whatever. She was talking about her voting record, and I'm fairly certain that Slotkin said that the support that she said was for aid for like defensive reasons, and I'm pretty sure there was like an issue with the fact that she's like okay with Iron Dome funding, but that she hasn't taken any APAC funding, and that she does think that what they're doing is like too far. Like she was a very reasonable, like basically because she wasn't saying destroy Israel, they're committing a genocide. Like the way that she was being treated was like an enemy. When I don't think it's like weird for Israel? I don't think it's weird for people. Can you look up the percentage of Democrats that believe Israel has a right to exist?
Yeah, if you phrase it like that, most do. Yeah, but it's that phrasing, by the way,
do they not?
Is most probably do. If you just like if you were to poll Palestinian right to exist, I don't understand what.
How about the polls on whether you should strip them of their defensive capacities? Any funding for their defensive capacities?
Yeah, if you say yeah, no,
so
I have no.
Not actually completely fucking insane for thinking that it's okay to fund their defensive capacities, not taking APAC funding. Well, like this is normal as well amongst the Democrats. It's not all just about the G word.
That's all I'm trying to say here is you need to be very careful about what we say is like the extreme dead ender view on with respect to Democrats. Maybe you think
I as a person can say that I think people calling it a genocide are retarded. That I'm allowed to say that. Like it's fine. I can have that opinion.
You can definitely say that. But you can't say they're anti-democrat because
be a lot more careful about that. I would expect them to basically not even fucking answer that question if they were smart. They shouldn't actually answer that question at fucking all. And if they're willing to if they really want to be fucking fine, then say it's a genocide. But if they have any kind of trepidation, they should just say fucking nothing.
I just okay. You can say that it's an unfair question or whatever because it was needlessly hostile or whatever, but the framing of it being a genocide and Democrats potentially having a role there is a reflection of democratic sentiment when it comes to at least Israel's conduct. And people will sort of pounce on this framing as Israel committing a genocide. It's so fucking single-minded or whatever. It's just reflecting the sentiment of where the Democratic Party is at. So that can't be the basis to say, oh, they're anti-Democrat. No, I think that she's not a Democrat because she says she's not a Democrat. All she does is willing to say that Democrats are preferable to Republicans. But we just have to be careful about like.
She says she's not a Democrat. It's because she doesn't advocate for them. It's because she spends a lot of her time shitting on them or aligning.
In addition to other things, yes. In addition to other things, her identity. In addition to other things. I'm fine.
I mean, but these things are important because this was the whole conversation we were having before about why someone wouldn't be in the coalition if you had to broaden it out to just like the Democratic Party or like people who align. Yeah, we're still talking about the same thing here.
I have no problem with the coalition discourse if people just clarify what they mean beforehand and what they're advocating for. And if what they're advocating for is to treat people differently according to this metric, categorically, that's something I'm going to have some issues with, and just in terms of making sure that it makes sense strategically, whatever. I will note one other thing before I go, and I should go.
But can I ask you what your opinion of that, like Alyssa Slotkin's views are? Do you think they're unreasonable?
I think it's unreasonable.
Do you know what
they are? I think it's unreasonable to support funding for Iron Dome. Yes.
You think like even defensive?
Yes. Okay. It's fungible. It's all fungible. There's no argument against that.
You think is Slotkin like an enemy?
It depends what you mean by enemy.
I mean, what do you mean? Like in terms of like your worldview and where you want the future of the Democratic Party going. Do you think she's like stands in your way?
On some things, yes. On some things, no. I'm perfectly willing to have people like Slotkin in the party. Largely, I think that these are kind of centrist Democrats that we need to be able to run the table in different places, and Michigan's a swing state, so it doesn't offend me such that I'm like, oh my god, but like, I don't think that Slotkin is the future of the party. No, ideologically, I think she's far too. I mean, even just her rhetoric. She had one speech in response to Trump one time, and my god, I wanted to fucking vomit. But in general, she doesn't offend me the way that Fetterman does.
Yeah. Also, politicians are playing a very different game to content creators. So I would assess some politicians' answers differently than I would assess some fucking retard influencer who's just yapping their mouth off and saying whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, sure, but I still judge them.
Yeah, I would judge them differently though.
I hold them to a higher standard in many ways, but I also give more leeway for yeah.
Yeah, but like someone like Slotkin in a state that isn't it like purple as far? Isn't it like really a difficult state for her to have won at all? Like, isn't it largely a red state that she's like she has constituents that she has to worry about? There's like more reasons for a politician to give politician-y answers than there is some like influencer who's just dodging. Like there's a reason. Usually a very good like Mamdani does it all the time. He is very slick, very politician. He has very political answers.
I give what I think is appropriate leeway. I think what I give is appropriate leeway to politicians. I did so with AOC, even though I didn't agree with her vote on Iron Dome. I do so with even some centrist Democrats. Like I did not agree with Mark Kelly's vote for the Lake and Riley Act. But I also I'm not saying that I'll never vote for Mark Kelly because he voted for that. Even though I do think it was a horrible, horrible vote. And I do think that they should apologize for it. I mean, frank. So I give leeway, but there is certainly, if you're asking the question, like, do I think someone like Slotkin should be the ideological future of the party? The answer is no. But I'm a pragmatist before I'm an ideologue. I'm not an ideologue. I'm a pragmatist at heart. And I certainly am not someone who thinks like, Mamdani or bust or Bernie or bust. I've never been that person. I endorsed Hillary Clinton. I voted for Clinton. I voted for Biden. I endorsed both Biden and Kamala. And people who try to paint me as like a tanky, I think are just lying freaks. I had someone, by the way, in the last Lib Learn. No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay, just checking.
Although that, according to Hutch, that would be part of the coalition, even if I was. But I'm not a socialist. I'm not committed to what I understand to be the aims of socialism. Depending. I will say there was also one. I got a tweet from someone who's like, "Are you still going to cover for Track APAC?" These people just lie with reckless abandon. I literally criticized in one of the last Lib Learns. I think in the last 2 or 3 Lib Learns, actually, I think Track APAC came up, and I'm like, their methodology is fucked. It seems to be totally inconsistent.
Yeah, Track APAC is complete bullshit, dude.
Yeah. But this kind of gets to a point that I was about to talk about, but I will say it doesn't matter that I make the critiques I make. I say things that I think are totally reasonable that people really can't identify, in my view, unreasonable things vis-a-vis this whole discourse that I say. And if they do, they're just like, oh my God, he just like feels like he's defending Hasan every time. And I can't do anything about that.
Well, I actually don't, I'm not. I think you get some deranged hate. I think people ascribe intentions that I don't think you have. I don't think you're bad faith. Like but I just take issue with some of the ways that you could like have conversations, basically. Like I just think
but I've always had them this way.
almost could be purposely obtuse. Like the level of obfuscation
obtuse
and
is
being
bad faith,
and like
purposely obtuse is bad faith.
I understand that from your perspective, you're always just trying to clarify, but I think that you lack like self-awareness sometimes, where you cannot possibly understand how somebody could take away a different implication or a different like, why is he doing this? Why like, but I think like, and I think you just write it all off like, oh, it's all bad faith criticism.
If you're like an emotional I do think a lot of it's bad faith. I think it's literally bad faith. But,
well, like just before when I said like twice I said that he wants the destruction of the Dem party, and twice you said, oh yeah, they don't like Dems or whatever. Like I understand that you're not actually meaning it in a bad faith way, but you have to be self-aware enough to understand that to some people that exactly sounds like downplaying what I just said.
I am generalizing. You're like asking, like, don't you think it's like reasonable to consider the fact that like Hasan wants destruction of the party? And I'm like, of course I'll consider whether you wanted to, if you support Trump. That clearly didn't apply to Hasan. And so it's clear that I'm not trying to characterize Hasan when I give you the response back and be like, yeah, I'll consider if you want to support Trump or if you don't sufficiently support Democrats, that I'm not characterizing Hasan, because the first thing doesn't describe Hasan. And you're like, wait, I didn't say that it was insufficient support.
Well,
I said destroy the party. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm clearly saying something different.
You would respond to what I was saying, not just start responding to something that nobody, like something else. Like, of course. You didn't ask me.
You didn't ask me, hey, do you agree Hasan wants to destroy the Democratic Party? If you're upset with the answer, ask the right fucking question, dumbass.
Okay, why do you have to get so defensive? I'm talking about a perception, and you're just making it fucking worse.
You didn't address what I was saying. Then ask the question tailored to your characterization. Do you or do you not agree that Hasan is trying to destroy the Democratic Party? If you want an answer to that, ask it.
Like, can you not understand how somebody could like see it as a dodge or like a pivot away or like a downplay?
Not if you don't ask it. Not if you don't ask it. Not if you're asking about a general approach, what you would consider. If the question isn't tailored to get a specific response on the characterization of Hasan's intention, then it's not a dodge.
Okay.
You freaked out because you're like, oh, he's trying to like hide what Hasan's intent is, but you didn't ask about that.
No, I don't think, I literally just said, I don't actually think you do things in bad faith or like with some malicious intent. I think you just, it's like the way you communicate.
You described it as intentionally obtuse. You just described it as intentionally obtuse. And you're like, in 2 times you said this or this.
I didn't say it was intentionally obtuse. I said, can you understand how people could see it that way?
I can understand how people see like a bunch of really stupid stuff, yeah. Because people are generally like babies. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand when people think that you're intentionally obtuse. Do you understand how people can see you're intentionally obtuse?
People can see me all fucking kind of ways. I've said a lot of shit online, and I will say it again.
Do you understand how people can see Tom as intentionally obtuse? I didn't ask if he was. I'm asking if you think that people could see him that way.
Yep. Okay. See how easy it is to just say yep?
Sick, yeah. Yes, I can see how people
can see. Everybody sees me in the sense that it's possible for them to see it.
Great question. Great fucking question. Anyway, I was going to make a point about Track APAC. You really fucking, because you just pounced on that. You pounced on that to try to characterize me as downplaying Hasan. That's exactly what you did, even though there was no indication from that answer that I was trying to give you my end-all be-all view and say Hasan Piker doesn't want to destroy the Democrats. He wants to just not support them sufficiently, even though it was clear from the context that it wasn't characterizing Hasan.
The point I was trying to make was there is a distinction. Like if it's just people who kind of like it's less than that, then it's not that big of a deal, or it could be. But I was specifically talking about how
it was being broader in the sense that yes,
Hasan, as if he isn't advocating for the destruction. So I am talking about something more serious. So I didn't want to.
If you took a second to listen to what I'm saying. If you take a second to listen to what I'm saying not only would I be willing to consider the fact that he wants to destroy the Democratic Party, but I would consider as significant anyone who didn't sufficiently support Democrats. So if you actually listen to what I was saying, it was more deferential to decisions not to be full-throatedly in favor of Democrats. And so that is more in line with a position that's skeptical of lefties who oftentimes did the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, not even those who don't claim to or ever wanted to destroy or debilitate the Democratic Party. So yeah, it would. The thing is, if you paint it that way, I'm actually like more reasonable. But the way you painted it was, instead of very obviously just trying to bring Mantis into his confidence and tell him what his approach would be, he's literally in real time trying to downplay Hasan. That's how you interpreted it, even though it makes no sense in context why it would be.
Okay. That was my interpretation in the middle of a conversation. Yes, I'm not apologizing for that. Like obviously, if
you should. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
I accepted everything you said afterwards. The only person still going on about it is I think that I understand that you have haters and you have really bad faith criticism. I understand that you have probably people following you around saying the most nasty shit, making up shit about your intentions, talking all type. Everybody has. By the way, I suffered from that for like 2 years because of this fucking channel and talking to people on this channel and what Tom had to go through with his fucking drama. I understand what being in the middle of drama and people coming at you and putting fucking intentions in your mind is on this internet. Like, I get it. I understand that. I wasn't doing that. I'm just having a conversation with you. I hear something. I think something and I tell you about it. You can say that's not what I was meaning. I was meaning this. And I can say, okay, and we can move the fuck on without you getting a hang up about it.
No. But sorry. Don't try to be, this is not me like going on and about
You
it.
are just going. You
Called me.
are. Just
You
get
called
over
me
it and move
intentionally.
on.
You called me
Political
intentionally obtuse. You called me intentionally obtuse. I'm like, wait, you just called me intentionally obtuse. Don't act like you weren't
I
making a
didn't
bad faith
actually say
accusation.
you were intentionally obtuse. Let me correct you again. I said that. Can you understand how people could perceive? Maybe it's intentional. I don't think it's
And
always intentional.
one
I
of the
don't
examples.
think sometimes it could be intentional because it's so fucking. It happens so often when I'm listening to your conversations. But I don't actually think that. I actually said I don't think you're purposely doing it.
Okay.
Again,
All right.
a miscommunication.
Okay, miscommunication. My last point on the Track APAC stuff. I'm actually highly critical of Track APAC, and I have been for multiple episodes. And I point out the fact that the criteria is really skewed and fucked vis-a-vis J Street and these different like donors and stuff. And we talked about that in Lib Learn, and I still get the bad faith criticism. But putting to the side, I noticed that Progressive Victory made a post about a line in the sand about endorsing candidates with respect to Ukraine. Now, I'm someone who thinks that all candidates who are for like Democratic Party should be endorsing like funding for Ukraine and supporting Ukraine 100%. No doubt about that. I will note, however, as a line in the sand when it comes to electing Democrats or whatever, it is a kind of dead ender strategy that, okay, so you're not going to vote for a Democratic president, even if they're not in favor, you wouldn't endorse, even if they're not in favor of funding Ukraine. What do you think about that?
Ooh. Oh, I find it hard to believe that a Democratic president, like someone running to be president, would advocate against funding for Ukraine. I find that very hard. Well, that would be a huge problem, I think. Like what? They would just not vote, or they would vote third party.
They wouldn't endorse. Like imagine that we have a Democrat on the ticket who says, "I'm not going to fund any foreign," huh?
I don't know if that's fine to like not endorse at all. Depends, I suppose. I feel like in this time.
So it's okay for Ukraine, but not for Palestine.
No, it's rough to say. No, I haven't really decided because I feel like it's rough in this time, like for this kind of type of election with what you're facing on the other side to say that. I feel like, but I mean, in any normal election, I feel like that would be, maybe that would be fine. But
I'm fine with this.
Or
I'm
like
just saying,
Trump adjacent. I don't know.
All I'm trying to say is I'm fine with this in the nomination process. I'm fine with this for primaries. I'm fine with all that. And in fact, if you're a Democrat who doesn't support funding for Ukraine, you're almost certainly not going to be who I'm going to vote for at a primary. Almost certainly. It would really take the odd Democrat. And because for me, that's how important to me the Ukraine issue is. I'm not trying to claim otherwise. But if it extends to the general,
I don't have a problem with the primaries either.
Okay. All right. I'll just note that
she doesn't even go here.
Discourse. Sometimes in this discourse, oh yeah, you don't even fucking vote. You fucking all right. But
well, hang on. I have a twin sister who lives in America, and
there you go.
Family and nephews and shit in America, and my boyfriend's in America. Okay, it matters to me.
All right.
I'm allowed to.
Hey,
what a fucking.
I'm allowed to. Yeah.
I have to go. Very great conversation. Thank you for it, Mantis and Tom. I hope you enjoyed the Tom tent, and yeah, this is a lot of fun. We'll do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, of course.
Later, bro.
Bro, that was the longest. How long was that? Fucking 5-6 hours?
Like
the whole
5
stream.
Hours.
I didn't when I said he should call in, I didn't think that would happen.